And of course, we'll be going through different thematic sessions, including technical presentations, panel discussion, and we will be dedicated discussion in the Q&A sessions as well. We'll be going into the technical analysis. Absolutely, some of the housekeeping rules for today. The session is being conducted in a hybrid manner. We have both distinct experts as well as speakers joining us both in person as well as online. The session is also being live streamed on multiple social media platforms, including Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. The video is being recorded and will be posted online. Feel free to share it on your networks. For the online speakers, we request them to kindly turn on the cameras while they're speaking, as long as the network allows to do so. And if any of the speakers would want their pictures or videos to be posted online, please do let us know in the chat box through a direct message as well. And we have a dedicated session for the discussion as well as a Q&A for both in person as well as people joining us online. For all the participants, if you have any questions, please post them in the chat or the Q&A box and we'll pick them directly from there as well. And those who are joining us to any of the different social media platforms, you can post any of your comments or suggestions or questions in this comment section and we'll pick it directly from there as well. So with this, we'll be going to the formal opening of the dialogue, for which let me invite Dr. Khalid Waleed. Dr. Khalid is currently working as a research fellow at STPI. So Dr. Khalid, with this, so over to you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Well, I landed just yesterday, so I'm a bit jet laggish, but believe me, this is going to be an interesting one. Let me begin with a simple idea because it sets the tone for everything that follows. And obviously, the experts, they can discuss it in further details. Recently, I get to understand the term known as serendipity. What do I mean by serendipity? It is a movie, a very, very good movie. You should watch it. But the real meaning is the occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. So when something happens by chance, but for the good purpose, for good reason, it is serendipity. It is not just luck. It is moment when there are three streams, they meet a real problem that can no longer be postponed, a workable solution that already exists, and a window of time when institutions are able and willing to act. In policy that aligns is precious. Today, Pakistan has exactly such an alignment for power sector, for energy sector of Pakistan. One, solar surge that has changed the grid's job from merely supplying energy by balancing it quickly and safely. So we do need battery storage. Second, the family of battery technologies that can deliver that flexibility at home and on the grid. Third, domestic material advantage. We have salt and agriculture residuals that points to credible sodium ion pathway, not the lithium one, but the sodium one for Pakistan for stationary storage. In short, chance favors the prepared grid. So we have these three preconditions that suits Pakistan's way forward in battery storage, battery energy storage systems. So what is the simplest map of best solutions? Before we debate megawatts and market rules, let's get our vocabulary straight. Think of BESS along two axes where they sit in the system and what they are made of. Well, first, where they sit. Micro level for households, shops, farms, village, microgrids. The purpose is very simple. Keep loads running, shift rooftop solar from noon to evening, avoid diesel, other fossil fuels to ride through outages. What are different design priorities in this area? Safety in high heat, daily cycling, low maintenance, and plug and play operations. Second level is this meso level, where commercial, industrial user, university campuses, different small and medium businesses, industrial estates, they use battery storage systems. The purpose again is very simple: shaving evening peaks, backup critical processes, integrate on-site solar, participate in demand response sort of things. Third, very important for Pakistan. Obviously, these two are important, but for now, I think the grid level battery storage, Dr. Naveed would differ, but the grid level battery storage facilities, I think, are the need of time at substations, wind solar corridors, and urban pinch points. The purpose again is very simple: stabilize frequency in fraction of a second, store this flow of rooftop solar coming into the system, and provide much needed stability, and again avoid curtailment of different renewable energy power plants. So these are three levels where battery storage, energy storage systems, they can work. Second stream where we can classify these storage system is what they are made of, the chemistry of storage facilities. First, we all know lithium-ion batteries. These are mature, these are energy dense, widely used in home EVs, excellent where weight, volume matter, and supply chains are already in place. But the disadvantage is that Pakistan would have to import all the elements, would have to, these are costly. So second comes the second, sodium ion, lower energy density than lithium, but thermally stable, non-flammable, and comfortable in hot climates. A pragmatic fit for stationary storage at community and grid levels. Attractive for Pakistan because all the elements that we are required to make these systems, the sodium ion batteries, found in Pakistan naturally. We have second largest NaCl salt mine in Pakistan. We can develop that. Instead of developing a market for cryptocurrencies, I'm not saying that crypto is not important these days. Instead of developing that market, maybe we can mine naturally, we can mine our natural resources and have this revolution going, that is sodium ion batteries. For Pakistan, this will not only provide backup for power sector of Pakistan, but also developing a new industry for Pakistan's economy as well. In that way, maybe industrial growth can also be coupled with power sector as well. So a good rule of thumb is lithium where weight matters, sodium where weather matters. So for Pakistan's case, we do have a very good precondition for installation of these sort of batteries. At micro level, battery energy storage systems for household and communities, these batteries are about dignified resilience. Pair a modest system with rooftop solar and you turn load shedding into load shifting, and that will solve Pakistan's problem that are occurring due to these distributed generation systems. That will provide Pakistan with a very good sort of thing, but it will cause problem for Pakistan's national grid. Demand would decline. But again, we can bring all the industrial load back to the national grid and we can solve Pakistan's problems. If you see the consumption pattern in Pakistan's grid, you'll see that residential sector dominates. So we need to reduce the load of residential sector and bring more and more productive sector to national grid. So the nexus of economy and energy, it should start and it should begin. So how we can sort of install grid level battery energy storage systems. Battery is not a gadget. It is a grid asset providing a stack of services, fast frequency response when inertia is thin, ramping support as solar fades and evening demand rises. Another area where I do think that these sort of solutions would have an economic sense is Pakistan's wind curtailment side of it. If you, in monetary terms, start to measure the cost of wind curtailment, you'll see the NPMV, the non-project missed volume. This is an event where wind is blowing, wind power plants, they can produce electricity, but due to grid constraints or due to evacuation constraints, the system operator stops stops wind power plants. This is curtailment. So the NPMV has increased from 4 billion rupee back in 2 to 3 years to 39, whopping 39 billion rupees in 1 year. So this is the cost of just curtailing wind power plant. We can link it with battery energy storage systems, and we can have NPMV for our advantage and use it for other reasons. Second, I think would be very crucial that the services that are location specific, the right battery in the wrong place is a wrong investment. Planning must therefore move from a project to produce a service at a node with clear performance requirements, response times, telemetry, testing, and contracts that pay for delivered services, not just installed hardware. To our surprise, this time IGSAP has a chapter section on storage, which treat it as an asset class. But I would say that I think it is never too late. But still, we need to discover more solutions, more options in terms of best energy storage. The latest system plan has taken an important step in recognizing battery as an integral part of the system reliability, not as accessories bolted on generation projects. That shifts invite better conservation today. One, publish nodal needs. Second, add a BESS annex to the grid code. Third, align behind the meter growth with system needs through sensible time of export signals or storage obligations that ensure rooftop solar strengthens the distribution business rather than undermining it. In that service first frame, sodium ion naturally finds its way. Again, it is not a crusade against lithium. Again, lithium is expensive for Pakistan. We need to develop our indigenous sources for Pakistan's betterment. It is a complement focused on stationary hot climate duty cycle where safety, thermal tolerance, and steady performance over many years matter more than squeezing a few extra watt hours per kilogram. So what is different practical arc of today's discussion? To keep us focused and useful, we need to start with pilots that teach. We have a very good presentation by Hania as well. So let me end with integrating all this, particularly in terms of some early retirement or energy transition solutions so that they can be integrated with battery energy storage systems as well. For example, Pakistan is in a capacity trap situation. We have power plants which are underutilized, particularly the imported coal power plants. And the one particular plant that sits right at the center of the load, that is Sahiwal coal plant. Maybe we can early retire that power plant. When I say early retirement, it is not a negative connotation. It means that we need to provide a golden handshake to that power plant, that power plant is not needed. Maybe we can repurpose that power plant. There are some initiatives that can be leveraged for the early retirement, particularly use of carbon markets. Coal to Clean Credit Initiative recently launched can provide a good financial incentive for early retirement of this power plant that can potentially generate, as DPI's research indicate, that we can generate $1.2 billion at the time of 20 years if we look for these early retirement initiatives. Why I am talking about it? Because we can repurpose this power plant to a grid level battery energy storage system using sodium ion batteries that will provide the load center of Punjab with a stability and reliability at hand. And in that way, maybe energy transition, economic viability, plus environmental concerns that can also be being dealt with one single solution. In that way, maybe integrated planning can happen in Pakistan. That would be the need of time. So looking forward to a very insightful discussion ahead for this very nuanced and state-of-the-art sort of debate and discussion. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much for joining us today. Back to you, Beth.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Khalid, for setting the scene for the dialogue and also highlighting the significance of batteries in the changing landscape of Pakistan's power sector. And I believe one of the key programs that aims to address this transition is the GIZ's ongoing program of decarbonization and digitization of power distribution networks that supports Pakistan's key power sector players to implement digital and regulatory solutions to achieve a just energy transition. And one of the very key objectives of the program is to promote the knowledge transfer between the local and international network operators and build their capacities to implement global best practices in grid management for creating resilient power networks in Pakistan. And for this, let me invite Ms. Kim Brinkman. Kim is currently working as the advisor at PG-SEP GIZ. So thank you so much, Kim, for again taking this initiative. And with this, it's over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to the seminar, Battery Energy Storage Systems. Across the world, we are witnessing how technologies like solar power, electric vehicles, and battery storage are transforming the way electricity is produced and consumed. For Pakistan, this transformation is not abstract. It's already underway. With growing renewable energy capacity and the need for a more reliable grid, battery energy storage systems can play a critical role in shaping the stable and affordable power future. Today's seminar is organized under the Pakistan-German Climate and Energy Partnership. Within this framework, the German Development Cooperation, consisting of technical cooperation implemented by GIZ and the financial cooperation implemented by the German Development Bank, KfW, supports Pakistan in modernizing its power systems. One of our energy projects, Decarbonization and Digitalization of Power Distribution Network project. Through technical cooperation, dialogue and knowledge exchange, we aim to create power networks that are not only reliable, but also ready for the future. This seminar is about creating a space where stakeholders can engage openly, so that technology, policy, and business interests move in the same direction. Even before today's seminar, it is clear that looking ahead, unlocking the full potential of battery storage in Pakistan will require three things: forward-looking policies, innovative financing models that attract investment, especially also from the private sector, technical skills across the sector. The German Development Cooperation remains committed in supporting Pakistan in this journey. I hope today's dialogue will help us to move one step closer to a more resilient and low-carbon energy system. I wish you all a productive seminar. I'm looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kim and the GIZ program for taking this initiative forward. And I think with this, we'll be moving towards more the technical part of the program. And for the first one, let me invite Ms. Hania Isad. Hania is currently working as an energy economist and energy finance analyst at IFA. And she'll be giving a presentation on battery storage in the future of Pakistan's electricity. Great, if I can kindly request the MIS team to display the presentation, and Hania, it's over to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and a big thank you to the organizers, PG-SEP, SDPI, and GIZ, for having me here. So my name is Hania Isad. I'm working as an energy finance specialist at the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. A little bit about IFA. Is this on? Okay, sorry. So a little bit about the institute that I work for. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're a global think tank dedicated to a clean energy transition, and we produce research and analysis that supports adoption of clean energy technologies all over the globe. So I basically cover the Pakistani power sector. And today I'm going to be presenting some of the findings from one of our reports that focuses on battery energy storage systems and how it can impact Pakistan's national grid. This study was conducted in collaboration with Syed Faizan Ali Shah, who's a power markets and renewable energy expert. But I don't see him here. I think he'll be joining us shortly. But yeah, so we wanted to see. So I think everybody knows how Pakistan is in the middle of a solar energy revolution right now. The rate for solar energy adoption is massive. The scale is massive as well. It's been very rapid, very fast, and from what we're seeing, battery energy storage systems are going to be mimicking that trend shortly. So just presenting some numbers on that, on battery energy storage system adoption trends, as well as some financial feasibility analysis. So starting off with applications where BESS can be useful in the country and where we're seeing it getting adopted. Dr. Khalid also talked about this, but in Pakistan, we've seen that battery energy storage systems, primarily lithium-ion batteries, are being adopted mostly in the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors. Within the residential sector, we're seeing that there's a great opportunity for energy arbitrage, which is basically using battery energy storage systems to lower electricity consumption and your energy bill by charging your batteries during times of the day when electricity prices are low, and then dispatching these batteries during peak hours. And then, of course, for backup power, where BESS systems are serving as reserve capacity storage. But within the industrial sector, there's more opportunity for peak shaving, for a reduction in energy consumption, and then, of course, a reduction in energy bills as well. So for the industrial and commercial sector, there are no there's not a tariff, slab-wise tariff system. It's just peak and off-peak hour rates. So, and then industries are charged based on their maximum demand indicators, MDIs, and that is basically how high their energy demand was recorded during peak hours. And they're charged fixed charges based on their peak energy consumption. So for battery energy storage system, there's a big opportunity to lower that MDI, and this is where we're seeing that industries are increasingly adopting this as well. Then, of course, for industries which are environmentally conscious, which have decarbonization goals and agendas, there's also the opportunity to integrate battery energy storage systems with renewable energy technologies that were adopted on site, such as solar and wind. And we've actually seen great case studies where where battery systems are being used in conjunction with solar and wind energy on site for captive industry. Yeah. More on this. So as I said, battery energy storage systems, they're being adopted mainly across the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors. Within the residential sector, there is both single-phase consumers, then there's three-phase residential consumers as well. Then there's the commercial sectors, which are IT centers, which are office buildings, educational institutes, banks, health facilities. Within the industrial sector, we've got the textile, cement, and steel factories, which are, putting these BESS systems. And system sizes vary for the residential sector, we've seen batteries as small as 2.4 kilowatt hours, and then they go up to 20 kilowatt hours, even based on how large the residential premises is. For commercial systems, the battery size ranges between 20 to, it can go even up to 500 kilowatt hours based on what type of establishment that we're looking at. For industries, it's starting from 1 megawatt hours going up to 20 megawatt hours even, depending on the type of industry that we're looking at. And as I said earlier, there's an opportunity for energy arbitrage where you can basically shift to a lower priced energy tariff slab. So for the residential sector, there's an opportunity to switch between, for single-phase consumers especially, there's a great opportunity for energy arbitrage where you can save up to 6.5 to 8.3 rupees per kilowatt hour based on which consumption slab that you fall in. And similarly, for the commercial sector, there's almost 9 rupees per kilowatt hour difference that can be made use of with battery storage systems. Now, this is a practical example where a commercial establishment installed a 100 kilowatt hour solar PV system along with a 60 kilowatt hour battery storage system. And towards the, yeah. So, this is the month where BESS started kicking in, and we can see that this orange slab over here, which represents the peak energy consumption of this facility, it started declining within a couple of months. We were a little constrained when it came to data, but I think as far as trends go, we can already see how the peak energy consumption for this facility started declining just in a couple of months after this installation. So this is one of the, a practical example as to how BESS can benefit industries and commercial entities, and some of the motivational factors as well for BESS installations that we see coming going on. Now, I also wanted to go into some of the financial and economic analysis for BESS systems. We've seen, there's a clear opportunity for energy arbitrage, but there's, we also wanted to look at what the cost of generation from these battery energy storage systems in conjunction with solar PV could be, given, the wide breadth of applications that we're looking at. So zooming out a little bit on global trends. So we all know that the price, this was mentioned by Dr. Khalid as well, that the upfront cost of lithium-ion battery packs is huge right now. But the one thing is that it's coming down. From what we've seen in the past 10 years almost, the price of lithium-ion battery packs has fallen almost 90%. It's closer to $115 per kilowatt hour, and it's predicted to fall even below that in the years to come. And the same goes for the levelized cost of electricity generation from battery energy storage systems as well, which is close to $104 per megawatt hour. This is an almost 90% drop since 2013, where this was close to $800 per megawatt hour. So the global trends indicate that these prices are coming down, have already come down, and are predicted to come down even further in the years to come. And there are major, we owe a lot of this to China because of the technological advancements, better supply chains, relatively stable supply chains, and a sort of a surplus manufacturing capacity in China for battery energy storage systems. And we've seen that battery energy prices have come down massively, or grow within the region as well as globally, because a lot of the major battery energy storage manufacturing players are based in China. And it is predicted that battery energy storage systems are going to cross the $100 per megawatt hour watershed in 2025. It may have already happened, but the numbers that I have are from February 2025, when prices were close to $104 per megawatt hours. But we're going to see that in 2035, prices may come down to $53 per megawatt hour. That's a 50% drop from today's level. And of course, that is going to, that is going to be advantageous to countries like Pakistan as well, which depend on China for a lot of their battery storage imports. Now in Pakistan, we have heavy taxation right now on BESS systems. There's almost a 50% additional charge in the form of custom duties and surcharges. And because of that, best prices, lithium-ion battery pack prices in Pakistan range between $160 to $300 per kilowatt hour, based on we're looking at. So the range $160, that's for residential battery storage systems, and then $300 per kilowatt hour, that is for larger systems in the industrial sector or the commercial sector. So based on the financial information we had, the costing information that we had from sources like Bloomberg, we did an analysis for payback periods and for levelized cost of electricity generation for solar and BESS combinations in the country, because that's what we're mainly seeing. That's where we're seeing battery storage systems being adopted mostly. So within the residential sector, depending on your battery size, so battery storage systems, they've got a modular nature. They can be installed in increments of 5 kilowatt hours of 10 kilowatt hours. So in the residential sector, depending on what your level of adoption is, we saw that LCOEs could vary between 15 rupees to 25 rupees per kilowatt hour, depending on the level of adoption. And this led to payback periods ranging between 2 to 5 years. For commercial establishments where we're looking at a larger battery size, a much larger battery size, with feedback from the national grid, with supply from the national grid as well, we saw that LCOEs were within the range of 33 rupees per kilowatt hour, and payback periods were still within the 5-year benchmark, but they were around 4 years. For the industrial sector, applications varied hugely. We looked at complete grid independence as well, but that sort of led to a very prohibitive LCOE, almost 86 rupees per kilowatt hour. So that's very high when we compare with grid-based electricity prices. But for systems where we were looking at a diverse source of supply with feedback from the grid, with supply from the grid, with perhaps in combination with wind energy as well, we see that prices, the cost of generation from these combinations can be around 40 rupees, 37 to 38 rupees per kilowatt hour. And the payback period was still favorable. It's still 6 years. So yeah, the financial feasibility, I think the case is very clear. The payback periods are extremely favorable, even with BESS combinations along with solar PV. And even in industrial and commercial sectors, we're seeing that the economics is very favorable for BESS adoption. And perhaps this is why we're seeing a surge in BESS adoption across the country as well. And we'll look at some of these trends now. So we analyzed some of the import numbers. So Pakistan imported almost 1.2 gigawatt hours of battery storage capacity in 2024 alone. And the numbers for 2025 are even higher. Within the first 2 months, that's January and February, we calculated in almost 400 megawatt hours of BESS systems were imported. The numbers for the recent months are even higher than that. We're looking at almost 300 megawatt hours of battery storage imports every month. So we can see how the trend is picking up. I think it's still a little tempered. It's not going to be imitating the explosive trend that we saw with solar PV, because battery prices are a bit high, and because of the duties and surcharges as well. But still, the numbers are showing that the trend is going to be increasing. And based on that, we wanted to see how future, adoption rates, what could that look like, and how that would pan out if we're looking at, just an addition of 1.2 gigawatt hours every year. Battery energy storage capacity within the country could go up to 8.75 gigawatt hours. If we're looking at a 10% growth rate, that could be around 12 gigawatt hours. And if we're looking at a 20% annual growth rate, it could be around 16 gigawatt hour. I'm sorry, there's a mistake in the legend, but the orange line that we're seeing, that's 10% growth, and the green line is 20% growth. But the numbers, what are the numbers telling us? That this could have implications for the grid. Not in terms of energy demand reduction, because even with 8.75 gigawatt hours of battery energy storage, the energy demand reduction for the grid could be around 1 to 1.5 terawatt hours, which is just 1 to 2% of the energy consumption from the grid. But it could have severe implications for, peak capacity in the country and peak demand management, because we know that Pakistan's grid contracts capacity based on peak demand projections. Now, if we're looking at battery energy storage, and we have almost 9 gigawatt hours of battery storage present in the country, if that is dispatched in the peak hours, that could lead to a reduction in peak demand recorded on the grid, and that could exacerbate the oversupply situation in the country. So that's something to think about, really. That if this pans out as we're seeing over here, grid planning would need to take that into account as well. We also we played around with a couple of scenarios. We looked at battery storage import trends. Then we also looked at net metering statistics. I think everybody over here is familiar with the situation regarding net metering. The government has been wanting to revise net metering regulations for a while now, and that is sort of acting as a motivational factor for many of these net metered systems to move to battery storage systems as a way of reducing the energy bill next. So, and we see that prices are very favorable, especially for smaller residential system battery sizes. So based on that, we were looking at, various levels. This is data from January 2025. So at that time, net metered capacity in the country was only 4.1 gigawatts. Now it's closer to almost, I think, 7 gigawatts right now. But at that time, it was 4.1. And if we're looking at an equivalent, size battery storage systems being installed by these net metered systems, even at just a 25% BESS adoption level, the grid defection could be around 380 gigawatt hours. And then the BESS installed capacity would be around 1.3 gigawatt hours. 100% adoption would be around 1.5 terawatt hours. I know that these are not a lot of numbers to digest, but that's almost 1% of our, total energy demand from the grid. And why does that matter? Because of the solar, we have to look at it from a very system level, perspective, system level lens. From a system level lens, when we're bringing into, account the massive trend of solar PV adoption, this could be a concerning situation, given that energy demand on the grid has been consistently declining for the past 2 years. And we've seen almost 10 to 11% decline in the grid-based energy demand. And if we bring battery energy storage systems into the mix as well, it could lead to further decline on the grid. And on the economic case, the economic motivation for that clearly exists. We've seen how the levelized cost of electricity compares to grid-based tariffs. Even with a very conservative, approach, we can see that the cost of generation from a combination of solar PV and battery storage systems is at least 40% less than grid-based rates. The motivation for that exists. It's just that I think we will see in the coming years how that's going to be, which trend is getting adopted. And then speaking of solar PV, we know that net metered capacity it's just a small portion of the distributed solar that exists in the country. A major portion of the total, solar PV imports that are coming into the country, they exist in off-grid installations or non-net metered grid-connected systems. We estimated that in January 2025, this was around 12 gigawatts. So based on that, if looking at the numbers for solar PV imports, if even at a 25% level of the total solar PV output from these imports getting stored in battery energy storage systems, this could be an 11.5 terawatt hours of energy demand reduction from the grid. That is a very, very, I know that's a huge number. That would mean that almost 30 gigawatt hours of battery storage systems are deployed across the country. But that's something that could still pan out in the years to come. We're looking at a long-term horizon, 2030, 2035. And these could have implications for the grid. So what can be done? So we can see that there are clear, this could this could affect the grid in multiple ways. But how can that, be managed? Of course, we saw that battery energy storage system, it has inherent peak shaving abilities that can be used to the grid's advantage as well. We're seeing that because of solar PV injection into the grid, we're seeing somewhat a duck curve emerging where the minimum demand on the grid is declining during the day. And then all of these consumers, they shift back to the grid during the evening hours, and the peak demand actually increases. So we've got a duck curve on a duck demand curve in Pakistan as well, materializing as well. So battery energy storage systems, they can be a great way to smooth that curve. Storing solar-based output during the day and then discharging it during peak hours, that can be used to the grid's advantage as well. But for that, we have a lot of infrastructural and planning needs that need to be taken care of. So on a very strategic level, starting from the planning process, we need to be very careful when we're looking at more centralized generation capacity induction. And for that, the IGCEP needs to take into account best adoption scenarios, looking at future forecasts as well. Dr. Khalid mentioned that we already have that in the current version. That's a first step. That's a great first step. But I think more robust forecasting technologies and methodologies need to be adopted to make sure that what we're predicting is accurate and is reflective of the on-ground situation. The same goes for the distribution planning process as well. What we really need right now is bottom-up approaches for, demand forecasting, feeder-wise bottom-up load forecasting that takes into account localized, demands and localized constraints as well, and that can be a great way to avoid over-procurement of centralized capacity. Of course, this can integrate weather forecasting as well as other macroeconomic factors into the forecasting methodology as well. But this can be a great way to more accurately predict demand from the bottom-up level. For right now, when it comes to a grid code, battery energy storage systems are not being they're not being looked at in that manner. So we need to adopt a regulatory framework that optimizes this integration. This can be done through hosting capacity analysis, where we're looking at locational factors to see which nodes in the grid can accommodate how much best capacity and solar capacity. And of course, this has to be done on a very system level. And then, of course, monitoring distributed energy resources, how they're being integrated, looking at trends. And then circling back to grid modernization and digitization, that is going to involve, advanced metering systems, widespread adoption of smart meters. Then we have to enhance our ICT systems as well for feedback and for more visibility and control over how these distributed energy resources are coming into the grid. This is more related, this is not specific to battery energy storage systems. We're looking at distributed energy resources in general over here. But speaking of battery energy storage systems and solar PV resources, there is this concept of virtual power plants. I know these are advanced concepts. Our grid may not be ready for it. We have a lot of infrastructural needs that need to be taken care of first. But this is a great example of showing how consumer level battery energy storage system distributed resources can be used to the grid advantage by aggregating them into virtual power plants, which can then be used for ancillary services such as frequency regulation, and reserve capacity, availability. Battery energy storage systems, especially at the household level or the individual level, they have the same functionality as utility scale batteries. when we're aggregating them. So, of course, we understand that Pakistan's market readiness may not be up to the right level for that. There's a lot of regulatory upgradation that needs to happen, and market access needs to be designed, as well as the right pricing signals need to be provided for provision of services by these virtual power plants and aggregated distributed energy resource systems. But this is a future direction that could happen in the long term if the planning is available for it. So I'll stop there, and I welcome any questions that online participants or people here might have, but I think that's going to be in a later session. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, thank you so much, Hania. I think we have time if we just want to have just one question, if there is any passing point that anyone wants to mention. Yeah, Hania, you can have sit on the seat, and if there's, yes, please, if we can pass the mic over there, we'll be just taking one question. Yeah. Uh, Nandi, if you can pass the mic over there.
Assalamu alaikum. Hania, my name is Umar, working as a researcher at SDPay. I observe your presentation is mostly related to the distributed generation. So my question is that what best type you used in this system? Is it LFP, NMC, and what are the financial implications if you have comparison with the best technologies? Second, if I were talking about the charging and discharging cycles, so number of peak hours and non-peak hours, how you model in your study? Thank you.
And also, Hani, if you can come to questions, which is that what is the potential maximum size that we can go for a sodium-ion bus? And if we kind of do the cost analysis, what was cost difference if we compare it with a 1 megawatt hour system? Yeah.
So, yeah. So just a bit of a clarification, we're mainly looking at lithium ion battery imports. So that's the technology that we've used for, and that's what we saw in import data as well. For sodium ion batteries, I've not really researched on that, so I can't really provide numbers on the costing analysis for that. But for for lithium ion batteries, we have a proper costing analysis and assumptions that we provided in the report as well. But the numbers that we've used range between $160 per kilowatt hour to $300 per kilowatt hour for our pricing estimates for lithium ion battery packs. And your second question was peak hours. So we've used a daily charging and discharging cycle for calculating the reduction in energy demand. So if the battery size is a gigawatt hour, so we assume that it's going to be charged and discharged daily. We just multiply that with 365 to get an annual energy demand number. So I hope that answers your question. But if you have more technical questions, we can address
Yes,
those
sure.
later.
Thank you so much. And we will be having a discussion section after the next presentation. But firstly, let me invite Imtiaz Ahmed Saab. He's the Deputy Director of R&D at Independent System Market Operator. He'll be giving a presentation. If I can kindly request the MIS team to kindly display the second presentation, please. And thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And thank you, Hania and Fazan sir. Presentation is very good.
distinguished participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Imtiaz Ahmed. I am from the Research and Development Directorate of Independent System and Market Operator. So before proceeding, I'm thankful to the organizer for providing us this opportunity to present system operator point of view on the battery energy storage system. Battery energy storage system, the challenges that the system operator is facing nowadays, and we all know about the demand defection, the continuous decrease in the demand, and the challenges, and of course there are some opportunities in these challenges as well. So this will be our today's topic. This is our today's agenda. I'll just give you a brief overview how the demand curves are, Madam already mentioned, like the duck curve, how it changed over the period of time, and what are the challenges that system operator is facing, and how battery could help us in tackling these challenges. If the time allows, I will discuss some case studies here also in order to establish my point. And at the end, of course, what's the way forward and conclusion, we'll go through it. I think this slide, this tells the whole story. If we check it, it's a comparison from July 2021 to July 2025. And if we see this upper curve, the dark blue one, this is for July 2021. Which is a typical demand curve of our country. And we can see like the peak is coming here in the afternoon, or you could say in the evening in case of winter. But it changed with the passage of time in 2022, 2023, 2024, and now 2025. The lowest one is 2025. This is the existing demand curves of the country for July 2025. Just give a more clearer view. This is a comparison of the demand curves of July 2021 to July 2025. In the shaded area, that is basically the VRE penetration in the system, especially like the solarization that we are nowadays talking about that. So we all know, like over the past decade, VRE penetration increased in the grid, and it brought a lot more challenges to the grid also. Like it's a bit technical topic, but if we increase the VRE integration, there are so many inherent challenges that VRE brings with itself. We will go through these challenges. For example, the first and most important one is the VRE, especially the solar and wind, that has inherent intermittency. Now, how to handle that intermittency? That's an issue, especially for a system operator. Especially the forecast errors. You know, we have like the forecast errors in the demand, even that is like allowed in the grid code. We have forecast errors, some margin allowed in the grid code for the renewable, solar and wind. So if we sum up these forecast errors, at the end, we have to regulate the frequency. And that frequency regulation, that is like a normal regulation, that's an inherent challenge for the system operator is the VRE penetration increases. The second one is like there is a, we normally call it consumers. Now the consumer turns into prosumers. They are producing electricity as well. Like the net metered consumer, they are consuming electricity, and once they have additional, they are consuming and they are exporting to the grid as well. So the paradigm now shift. They are not like the typical consumers. Now we can categorize them as a prosumers. We all know about that. They are like net metered, some are off-grid, they have battery backup also. The third one is the duct curve that already I have shown you. This is basically a typical duct curve now. And there is a steep, see, demand drop here. And there is a steep demand rise at the end, like in the evening. Now, how to handle this rise and fall? Because the typical or the traditional generators, they have a specific ramp rate. They cannot go beyond that ramp rates. So how we can reduce this much generation in the morning and how we can increase that much generation in the evening, that's a challenge for the system operator. And this is one of the case study also, that we want to establish this fact that with the passage of time, if the VRE penetration increases, if the solarization increases, we might not be able, like in future, to handle this steep ramp rates. Oh, sorry. Curtailment, already discussed in the previous presentation also. We are curtailing renewable resources, and that's for the system stability point of view. So that is a challenge that has a huge financial impact. System operator understand that. But in order for the sake of stability, yes, wind curtailment as well as even traditional curtailments are carried out. And that's a challenge. And we believe, like later on I will discuss, that the BESS could help us to overcome these curtailments. We have very large contingencies in terms of K2 and K3. These are the nuclear plants, around 1,000 megawatt. So in case of contingency of 1,000 megawatt trips, and you have a huge share of VRE penetration in the system, of VRE resources in the system, your inertia is low, your COP will be high, your frequency nadir will be very low. How you will handle all these things? It's a challenge for the system operator. Of course, the VRE curtailment, again, sharp load variation already discussed, and the grid resilience is impacted. And the battery could help us in black start also if it is optimally placed. All the challenges which we discussed in previous slide, BESS could be a solution for those challenges also. For example, it can provide us the normal frequency regulation that is due to the forecast errors or the intermittency of the VRE resources. Similarly, it can provide us the fast frequency response. This is one of the case study we'll discuss later on. So, especially in the off-peak, winter off-peak, when your system demand is like around 8,000 megawatt, and in that case, any contingency, especially the larger contingencies like K2 and K3, you have a very steep frequency drop, which traditional generators, they cannot cope with their droop control or primary response. So that can only be handled with the help of BESS. Similarly, the rate of change of frequency, that can also be handled with the BESS. The VRE curtailment can be reduced. Virtual inertia, we all know that BESS can provide us a virtual inertia. So it could help like to making the system more stable and reliable. Peak shifting and shaving, we already discussed, we saw the duck curve. So with the help of BESS, we can shape or shave our peak. We can shift our load also, and it can help us like to balance our demand curve. The provision of ramp rate, as I told earlier, there are too much variation and very sharp variation, which for a traditional generator, it is not possible to handle these variation. So I believe that BESS could help us to provide that ramp rate. And of course, the black start capability also. This is one of our the case study. This is a winter off peak around 8,400 megawatt. This is already discussed in our operating reserves policy also submitted to NEPRA. If the demand is like 8,400 megawatt, and at that case, one of the unit either K2 or K3, that is around 1,000 megawatt, if it tripped without BESS, the frequency will go down to 49.04. And if we simulate the same scenario with a battery of 500 megawatt and with a backup of 15 minutes, like that is around 150 megawatt hour, in that case, we can control the frequency or we can restrict it to 49.4. This is one case study. So if you don't have a battery, and in case of the off peak, which in this scenario we consider 8,400 megawatt, this year on Eid al-Fitr, our system demand dropped around 6,000 megawatt. So in that case, this simulation could be more worse and severe. Similarly, if we had some increased VRE, in this scenario, we have added 3,500 more VRE, 2,500 solar and 1,000 megawatt renewable. In that case, if there is no battery, like scenario 1, the frequency will go down to 48.73. We all know that's very dangerous band. And if we have the same battery, we can restrict the frequency to 49.4. We can restrict it to 49.4. So that's like I'm telling that the battery energy storage system, it can provide a fast frequency response, which traditional generator cannot provide. Because we all know the traditional generator will provide a primary response within 30 seconds to 1 minute. And this is a very like sharp rate of change of frequency. So for that, we need a battery energy storage system. This is another case study regarding the ramp rate. I told earlier that if the VRE integration increases and the traditional generators are reduced, some point will come, like we believe in 2028, when the ramp rate provided by the traditional generator will be less than the ramp rate of the demand curve. So let me give you a simple example. Like in the morning, there is a drop when the solar come. In the net demand, there is a drop of 3000 megawatt. So our existing ramp rate is, we can easily cope it, we can cover it. But if the VRE integration increases and the number of traditional generators are reduced, in 2028, in 2028, the ramp rate capability of the generators, the brown one, that is less than the ramp rate in the demand curve. So from 2028 onward, we may not be in a position to provide these required ramp rates. And in order to have this ramp rates, we need a battery energy storage system. This is another presentation of the same thing. We included a battery like 350 megawatt hour, 450, 650, 750, and all like that. And then we were able to meet that required ramp rates. This is another thing we have simulated for 2034 data, 2034 winter off-peak data. At that time, as per the demand pattern, the required ramp rate was around 71.5 megawatt per minute. And the capability of generators in that scenario was only 53 megawatt per minute. So in order to make it to meet at least 72 megawatt per minute, we need a battery energy support storage system. Now, what should be the way forward? And we all know that there is a 20 megawatt slash megawatt hour project is going on in Jampir. And our initial assessment in the operating reserve policy, we have already assessed around 500 megawatt and 150 megawatt hour battery for fast frequency response. There is a feasibility study going on by the ADB. And I think the consultant evaluation process is now like in that stage it is. In order to cut it short, we need a battery energy storage system for all the applications which it has in our system, because we need it for fast frequency response, we need it for ramp rate provision, we need it to handle the forecast errors, and we need it to have to handle the larger contingencies, and even it should be optimally placed. So God forbid, in case of a blackout, it should provide a black start capability also. I think all the challenges that nowadays we are facing, and I think it should be more severe in future, the battery energy storage system could handle these challenges. My final message would be BESS must be treated as a strategic imperative, not an optional add-on. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, intensive. I think we'll just be working for some discussion section. So if you have any questions, so Fizan sir, please. If we can actually have the mic over there. Yes.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. आवाज आ रही? Sensitivity is kilo. Absolutely. Yes, Assalamualaikum. First of all, thank you, Imtiaz for the presentation. I'm Faizan. I'm an energy advisor to GIZ. इस पे 2-3 मेरे क्वेश्चंस थे आपसे। एक तो आपने कहा 71 मेगावाट आवर पर मिनट और चाहिए होगा हमें 2034 तक, और जो कि उस वक्त हमारे पास 53 मेगावाट पर मिनट कैपेसिटी होगी। तो इसमें थोड़ा सा ये बता दीजिएगा कि सोलर की या आरई की आपने कितनी कैपेसिटी कंसिडर की है, और क्या इसके साथ कोई डायरेक्टली इसका कोई को रिलेशन है कि हम इतने 1000 मेगावाट ऑफ सोलर या आरई ऐड करते हैं तो हमें इतने मेगावाट ऑफ बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम हमें चाहिए होता है। एक तो ये बता दीजिएगा। दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि इज दैट बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम रिलेटेड टू द लोकेशंस, लोकेशनल उसकी कोई सिग्निफिकेंस होती है, या हम इसको किसी भी सोलर पावर प्लांट के साथ लगाएं या किसी और कोई ऐसे नोड्स हैं, और क्या इस पे कोई अपनी वर्किंग कर रही है एनालिसिस इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि किन नोड्स पे लगाई जाए बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम। और थर्ड मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम्स इज हाईली कैपिटल इंटेंसिव, और इसमें कॉस्ट अप फ्रंट आपको बहुत ज़्यादा आती है। तो इस पे एक और एक्सपर्ट्स कहते हैं कि मैकेनिज्म है कि आप फोरकास्टिंग सिस्टम अपना इस तरीके से डिप्लॉय कर दें कि आपको जो सोलर्स की जो इंटरमिटेंसी है वो आप उस पहले ही प्रिडिक्ट कर लें वीकली और डेली एंड आवरली बेसिस पे, ताकि सो दैट यू कैन मैनेज योर जनरेशन फ्लीट इन दैट एंड रिड्यूस योर बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम कॉस्ट्स। तो इन 3 क्वेश्चंस पे थोड़ा सा रोशनी डाल दीजिएगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Faizan Sahab. Regarding the first question about the 2034 that simulation I have shown, the results I have shown, basically this is exactly the IGCEP data we have taken for the simulation. So figures basically I don't remember, but this is the 2034 IGCEP data that we have used for the simulation. Exact figure I can communicate you later on. Regarding the nodes, I think it depends on the application. If you are doing it for like we discussed one case, the VRE curtailment, at that case, the BESS should be installed near to the wind or the solar power plant. For example, I want to use it for a black start capability. In my suggestion, it should be placed in 2 places, minimum 2 places, one in the north region and the other one in the south region. So it depends on your application, for what application you are using. Accordingly, it should be optimal placed. Our initial working was just on the quantum of the megawatt and the megawatt hour requirement. Regarding the location, as I mentioned in my presentation about the ADB is working on it. So in the TOR, it is very clearly mentioned that it should be optimally placed, and it should be at least more than at least 2 locations, but it should be more than 2 locations. So to cut it short, it depends on your application. If you want it for like VRE curtailments and for the forecast errors, for the curtailment, it should be placed near to the VRE plants. For the forecast error, it can be placed anywhere. For the black start, it should be as for like, you want to, once you restore the system, you need some optimal points. So accordingly, minimum one should be placed in the south, the other should be placed in the north. Regarding the third point, that is cost. Of course, it's very costly as for the current statistics. And regarding the forecast, I think we are working on it. And last week I have gathered some real-time forecast data from the R&D department, and it was very encouraging that the map of the VRE forecast is within the band that is mentioned in the grid code. But still, we are working on it, and I agree with you, the forecast should be improved further. But one point I would like just to add in addition to the forecast, even if you forecast that like in the morning there will be a steep drop of 4,000 megawatt, and in the evening there will be a steep rise of 5,000 megawatt, okay, fine, you forecasted very well, but still, sir, you need that much ramp rate. So, in addition to, I agree there should be a very state-of-the-art forecast mechanism, but in addition, we need a BESS to handle that ramp rate also. Thank you.
जी, thank you, Imtiaz sir. Imtiaz sir, there is another question which is from Aftab sir online. उनका question ये है कि what has been the impact of using projects? Is there any positive impact? And the second question is, मेरे ख्याल से perhaps Faizan sir, if you can, will be in a position to respond to this from investors. So we can we are a blessing country, but unfortunately, it looks like as the climate is caught up in a vicious cycle of capacity charges and doesn't want to promote solar. Is this something that PGSEP can take up the matter of high tariff on the best? If you would like to later respond to this question as well. But yes, firstly, Imtiaz Sab on the Aftab Shah Sab question. Yeah.
Actually, I have no information regarding the shutdown of the captive power plant. So from my side, I don't have any info about that.
If we can have the please the mic, Dine Faizan Sab.
Really embarrassing. As far as the captive power plants are concerned, so approximately 60% of the captive have already shifted to the grid due to that gas levy. And NEPRA can also confirm, and they have confirmed that in the past 3 months, approximately 600 to 800 megawatt of load has increased. In terms of energy demand, we also have that numbers. Approximately, I think it increased year on year around 200, even more than 200%. So this is a case of captive. But the issue actually is, and where the battery energy storage systems come in, is that due to this shift, the grid unfortunately is not able to cater this, not exactly the demand, but it's highly unstable in terms of there is a lot of frequency variations, and the textile organizations or the textile industry say that we are facing a lot of trippings, frequent trippings. And due to that, I can confirm, and there are some battery vendors here, they can also confirm that there is a new case which is arising, which is the VSG mode of the battery energy storage system, which is being utilized by these textile industries. And I can confirm that a lot of textile industries like Sapphire, Liberty, some other textile industries as well, Kohinoor, they have already signed significant capacity of battery energy storage systems to overcome this issue. So that is why I think NEPRA is also doing a good job in terms that we know that distribution performance standard regulations are currently in the consultative process, and the Ministry of Energy as well as other stakeholders are commenting on it, which will tighten up or scrutinize the distribution companies to improve their delivery standards to their any sort of customers. So this is for the first part. The second question, I think, was that what is the tariff structure for the battery energy? So that is basically, unintentionally or intentionally, the government is pushing the consumers towards the battery energy storage systems in different segments, whether it is residential, commercial, or industrial. As far as the utility scale is concerned, there is policy gap. I think we can discuss that in the panel discussion. But as far as the residential, commercial, industrial are concerned, there is an energy arbitrage, right? For example, in terms of single phase consumers, if you go to, within the 200 unit range, you get subsidized, right? So it's a great use case. Even the slab wise, there is a difference between the slabs. So if you install a small battery energy storage pack, for example, of 5 kilowatt hour, you go in the next lowest slab, right? And then there is a difference of the tariff, which is like a benefit. And if you jump 2 slabs, you add that benefit. If you jump 3 slabs, so I was, I did a study recently, and if you go from 700 unit consumption slab to around 200, there's a benefit of around 17 rupees, right? So that is something which is for the residential. For the commercial, it is also commercial industrial. As you know, there is already 1250 rupees per kilowatt MDI fixed charges, right? So that is also a use case. Then there is the energy arbitrage use case, that there is a difference between peak and off-peak hours. That is also, I think, around 6 to 7 rupees. So if you add up all these, there's already a use case. And then the government is also, pushing towards the, there are rumors that net metering consumers, the buyback rate will be reduced. So then suddenly another use case comes up. So all in all, I think unwillingly or unintentionally, the use cases are already there at the moment as well, without the government's support. So in terms of utility scale, yes, some support is required, but we can always discuss that, I think,
Yes,
later in the
thank you.
panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Fizan sir. That was very well responded. If you have any last question before we go to a quick tea break and then come back, because we have a really interesting presentation coming from Tejas. He's a business expert from integration. But just before that, if you have any final questions, no? Okay. So this will be going to will be rejoining at 10:30 exactly. And with that, I'll request if anyone wants to have a quick tea or refreshment, please do join us, and we'll return very shortly. Thank you.
ये डिस्टर्ब कर रहा है लॉन्ग प्रेस पे ऑफ लॉन्ग प्रेस पे ऑफ वैसे तो हाँ लॉन्ग प्रेस ऑफ वो ऐसे करते हैं ना उसकी वजह से हेलो साउंड चेक ठीक है
Later on में याद रहे कि
Hello, test.
Hello, Tobias. Thank you for joining us. We just, I'm assuming is looking the screen sharing. If you can just kind of try it from your end.
Okay, hello. You hear me? Yes.
Initially, our के बाद the joining the meeting. So, Google.
If we request that.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, we're just sending it. Thank you, colleagues. If I can kindly request you to please join us back on the roundtable. We'll be starting with the next session. I'm pleased to have with us an international expert, Mr. Tobias Turkman. He is a bus expert at the integration, and he'll be giving the presentation on some great scale lessons from European global projects and also some of the levels for some as well. So, Tobias, can you have something?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Just give us a minute. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
So with this device, it's over to you. Yeah.
Okay, and I hope you can see me.
Yes, we can see you as well.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. My name is Tobias Terpmann. I'm best expert coming from integration. So I want to talk today about a little bit about grid development in the European Union and especially in Germany, and some case learning from my recent project on first grid scale battery projects in 2 countries. So a little introduction from my side. Yes, I'm located in Germany. My background is mechanical engineer. Maybe you wonder why. My initial expertise field is hydro pump storage since 2006, where I started my career. And since 2015, when the first grid scale BESS was developed in Germany, I also jumped into the BESS storage energy field. So these are my 2 fields of expertise. Here maybe a little overview over my projects from the last 2 years. I just want to highlight here 2 projects. There's one project in Bangladesh. It's the first grid scale of 150 megawatt. Just the tender will be out next end of this year. And there's another one in Georgia, 200 megawatt hours. It's also the first large scale battery on the grid. So, and the tender is just right out at the moment. So quite up-to-date experience on this. So yeah, agenda, the two topics I have in 30 minutes. So development in the European Union, 2015. Why 2015? This was the first grid scale battery online on commission, and also operation on the market. And yes, I have these 2 projects. I want to give you some lessons learned, also very useful for your country, I think. So where I start, I hope you can see the European grid map. This is a European high voltage transmission line, intercontinental grid. What you see here are not the batteries. What you see here are the hydro pump storage energy systems. So you see my background. And just want to highlight here, I zoom in. This is like Central Europe now. You see here we have energy storage since more than 50 years integrated into the grid on the 380 and 220 kV voltage level. So energy storage in the grid is not something new, but with the batteries coming on the market, the second technology here is quite fast developing and changing the market completely. So I normally speak about the 3 phases of energy transformation regarding energy storage. What is the focus here should be that very often at the very beginning, so we're coming from 100% thermal conventional, and the goal is at the end 100% net zero or 100% renewable. Net zero is the goal. And what is should be focused here on the batteries or on the storage sector is that at the very beginning, there is no big need of storage. So like the first 20, 30, 40% integration of renewables could be made even without any storage. So the focus just came at a certain point when the curtailment is rising, when the grid became instable, then storage becoming a more and more important role. And what I see here, it's more or less over proportional. At the very end, you need a lot of storage. And yeah, normally I would say it's about 50% of renewables, but it depends on the grid and the fleet itself. But yeah, at one point you reach that you need storage, and then the storage become more and more important. And that is what we are in many countries now, that without batteries or storage, the development of renewables is not that possible. So here again, a little comparison between pump storage and batteries. Why I'm doing it? Because yes, batteries are doing the same like pump storage in former times or hydropower plants with passive storage reservoirs. What you see here, this is even quite old, 2017. That means at this time, the use case for pump storage were large energy storage amounts. It's still doing the same. But at the very beginning, the batteries were doing frequency regulation at the primary use case services here. This also is changing now because batteries becoming cheaper and storing large amounts of energy can also be done by batteries nowadays, and not only frequency regulation. So a little bit to the development. This is a worldwide development, but yes, I again here have the year 2015 where the first grid scale came on market, mostly in Europe or in the US and in Asia and China. So just to have a reference point here, 2017, we speak about installation of 1 gigawatt per year, total worldwide installation. Just have this number in your mind as a reference point. This is another development. This is a forecast development from the Fraunhofer Institution for Germany. What you should be highlighted here is the blue one is existing pump storage capacity. What you see here, there's no plan to develop this pump storage facilities anymore, not because of it's not feasible, because of there's no space in Germany to develop such large space requirement facilities. But on the other side, you see batteries development. It's a big amount of forecasting just in the next 10 to 15 years. So the focus will be on batteries, and this will also change the complete grid situation and how we handle with electricity. That's another forecast with historical numbers here. This is also worldwide. Just to have this mind, the reference I was talking about. So in this year 2025, we have more than 100 gigawatt, or here we have the gigawatt hours. Gigawatt hours is just around double the gigawatt normally. The ratio is 1 to 2 in the average. So just to have in mind, just in the last 15 years, the factor 100 came here into the system, and it's still not development is still going on. Sorry. Yes, some more numbers. So globally, around 200 gigawatts are operating. So 100 gigawatt and 200 gigawatt hours. So it's 2 full hours on average. And in the next 5 years, it should go up from 200 to 800. So by factor 4 in the next 4 or 5 years. And this is not the end of the development, of course. Yeah, maybe here to highlight out the technology trends that should be quite important. So grid forming inverters becoming more and more popular, not just grid following, especially in smaller island grids or even by large battery systems. Grid forming is a technology that really can help if you need more than milliseconds. Yes, container size, we're going up to 5 megawatt hours. We even have more than 8 or 9 or even 10 megawatt hours now. So more power and more density per container. Yes, hybrid systems is state of the art. And yes, now we're coming into the range where the first batteries have a second life services, because yes, 10 years now, and the first going out offline or having a second life. So this is becoming also an interesting market. And yes, 2030, 1,000 gigawatt hours be expected on the BESS market. So far more than pump storage. So development, I have a focus here on the German market, development of the last 10 years, only on batteries. So 2014 was the first grid-connected battery on the market, and it was operating 90% of all systems in the first years were only operating on the frequency control market, so FFC, primary control mode. The reason is because there was a market for it, and the reason was because they could make it cheaper than other like hydro machines or gas turbine generators. So even at this time, 10 years ago, the batteries were the system that could deliver frequency control much cheaper than conventional hydro machines or gas turbines, what were built for. So we have 450 megawatt on FFC demand in Germany around. This is nearly all covered, 95% nowadays by batteries. So this was a complete shift from 0 batteries to 100%, nearly 100% batteries, doing the frequency control in Germany, but also in the European and other European countries, just because they could do it cheaper. And so this was the first phase of development in Germany, in Europe, in the European grid, but also in the US. Frequency control, stable grid. Without a stable grid, no renewable integration is possible. Here are the first 20 systems in Germany. I make a record at this time. So starting the operating mode, I don't know if you can see it, it's all primary control. Some doing some reactive power, some is made for a wind park, but indeed most of them were working in the frequency, or still working in the frequency market. The price at this time, specific cost going from more than 2 million per megawatt hour up to 600,000 per megawatt hour. So this is even in this short time, you can see the price decrease of batteries and the development here. Yes, we are now in completely different ranges, but at this time, feasible projects start with more than 1 million per megawatt hour in the primary control. Yeah, was small project, 10 megawatt, 2 megawatt, some were pilot projects, but they're all still online and they're still operating. Yeah, so why frequency control? If the European grid is quite the intercontinental European grid is quite stable. So between 49.8 and 50.2 is a regulation range. So 100% activation is only starting at 0.2 hertz difference, and this is nearly never happened within 4 years. So of course it's a large grid, all interconnected. So that just showing you that the normal operating is between plus minus 20% of the full capacity, power capacity. So for most machines, just to hold this capacity all the time is waste of money. So for a battery, it's no problem just to have a permanent operating between plus minus 20%. So you see here, this is the normal operating range. And for a hydro machine or a pump storage system, this is much more challenging to operate in the small little, between 49.9 and 50.01. This is for a battery, it's no problem to get a negative and positive all the time, and it's even quite smooth for them. So this is an example of the first battery system in Germany, 5 megawatt hours. So 1 hour full load was at this time, it's more mandatory by law, but you have 30 minutes in both directions for reaction, plus and negative. So it was an in-house system. Some advantages, you have the ventilation and air conditioning. It's a centralized system. This is a little bit advantages, but of course nowadays everything is normally coming from containers. I have a look inside. So this was a 2-floor system. You can see here each rack with the cells, and yes, they even have an extension after some years of to double the power. So, and I want to talk a little bit about the second phase. So, beyond after the frequency demand was covered, we now have a quite interesting situation, even especially in the last 2-3 years. So I go here in the spot market. We have a price here. This is the price, the electricity spot market price over a week, just week 25 this year. So in the spring, three months ago, just to show you why batteries at the moment are most beneficial than ever before. We have here the price is going to zero euro per megawatt hour. So during peak generation at midday, the price is going for some hours up to zero. So we have a curtailment of renewables, and the price is nearly like 2, 3, 4 hours nearly to zero. And of course, batteries can charge for free, and the price is going up in the peak generation. We have normally a double peak here. What you can see, more than 100 to 100 megawatt per 100 euro or US dollar per megawatt hour. So this is a complete new situation, especially because of the share of renewables now reaching. At this time, you see the green is the renewables, the rest is the conventional, and you see especially here on the weekend, the last 2 days, renewables were more than 80%. So like 60, 70 gigawatt of renewables in the grid, having a quite high impact on the system. So some conventional have to be online to stabilize the grid. And yes, the rest was curtailment of renewables. Just to say, we have a daily peak here and a daily beneficial market working here for energy storage on the spot market or intraday market. So storing energy for 2-3 hours is now really feasible with batteries. Not only for large hydro pump storage system, even for batteries, they can work on the spot market, really on the energy shifting market. Just because of a lot of renewables. I just want to highlight here, this was the same week 4 years ago. Important should be here the price spread between 40 and 80. So only 30 or 40 euro per megawatt, the price spread. And the price spread is giving the signal if the storage is feasible or not. So at this time, the storage was not really feasible, maybe just 2 times per week. If I go back to this year, the storage became like 6-7 times more feasible than 4 years ago. So we are in a complete transition on the energy storage market and especially on the battery market. Yes, maybe I don't want to skip to all years now, but yes, I have the last 20 years house and we are in the price, and the energy price or the profile of the energy price can really show you the profit of a storage system quite illustrative. And yeah, I just want to highlight this because this is quite impressive, the change in the last 2-3 years. Yes, a little lessons learned here on this development regarding Pakistan. So primary control reserve or frequency control is a key application in the most systems, really having the highest impact in technical and commercial. So lithium-ion battery became the dominant technology due to price, due to reliability, due to lifetime. 95% of all large-scale batteries projects are lithium-ion. Yes, the cost factor, of course, has the biggest impact on the economical numbers here, factor of 5 to 10, just in the last 10 years. We have more standards now, battery standards that make it very easy or easier. Grid codes have to be adapted, normally national grid codes, or we have very often special energy storage grid codes separated or annexed to the national grid codes. Yes, availability is more than 98%. So very stable systems. We have 10 years experience now on this on battery systems, and all I know are still online and commercial working. So my second half is now lessons learned from 2 projects. So I have 2 projects I cannot go into the details, but at least the general lessons learned. So locations of battery systems. So we have here the Georgian grid. That will become a 200 megawatt battery. Hopefully starting construction next year. So whereas the location is normally the first grid scale is normally at the substation near the load center, what makes more sense if you regarding regulation, but of course you have to do a grid analysis. But just what is the standard location is here you have a voltage level is 230 kV, load center because you can regulate the load, and yes, and you have also here 4 or 3 different voltage level. And this battery is only doing also only frequency regulation, stabilizing the grid in the worst case. Yeah, just some points now. So I'm switching a bit the topics, but due to limited time, space requirement is maybe one point in the development. So we have here the example I showed you before, in-house solution, 28 square meter per megawatt hours. So this is very much energy on a system because we have 2 floors and it's in-house. But we have also other examples. So yes, here it's the in-house 2 floors. I have not seen more than 2 floors because just the one block here is like 80 tons. So yes, it's heavyweight. It's lithium ion. So it's also not possible to bring this complete block in one container. And we have like this is a completely different space requirement. We have here like 80 square meters per megawatt hour. So between like 80 square meters and maybe 30 and 80, this is a typical range of space requirements. Okay, we have a very spacious system here. I mean, the more space, it's easier for maintenance, it's easier for construction. Each container have, well, you can see here the cell container. So easy to maintain, easy to change the cell, and so on. So this is always a point. Here we have an example of the country. We were on a substation in the town, in the city. So due to the modular construction system, the space can be quite used very efficiently because we just have to put module containers and then do the cabling. So we don't. So normally it's quite many options to install systems, even on space requirements, or like here we have just a few little narrow space and fields, but this was quite possible. And always think about normally if you have the first phase, that the second and the third phase is normally should be at least in the midterm plan. Depending if you want to extend the capacity, the megawatt hours, this is normally quite easy and the common thing. Or if you want to extend the power capacity, then of course you have to look at the power electronics and the capacity on the grid. Yeah, maybe one point I had 2 projects. It should be quite remarkable. There was a flooding mark here. I just saw it by accident, and yeah, it was 2010. So yeah, some years ago. But the plan was to install the batteries containers like this. So this is a standard foundation of yes, this is a Tesla block, but doesn't matter. The focus should be here on the foundation. So if you have a foundation like this and then a flood like this, like it was more than 1 meter flooding a long time ago, but if this is happening and you have a foundation like this and there's no flood protection and the container itself is not sealed or anything else, you can have a full yeah, a real problem with this complete system that's going offline if there's no protection at all. So it's a little point, but yeah, I had 2 projects. They were not thinking about it. At the end they did, but if not, they could have some problems in, yes, not the first year, but maybe in 10 years. So flood protection, always a point I would I want to highlight to the people, so you can just do it very easily with like here, foundation like 20-30 centimeters. It could be normally sufficient. Or if you have a higher flood, like here in Japan, this is a source from Sungrow. You see, you have like more than 1.5 meters yeah, elevated foundations against high water, because even heavy rainfall can cause if you're blocking with the containers the flow. So just even in the heavy rain occurrence, and even it's just for like 2-3 minutes, it should be safe and focus should be there. Yes, I mean, this is another idea. This is not flood protection, but this is the idea you can stable containers. Not seen very often, not recommended, but if you don't have really space, you can stable containers. But of course, looking for maintenance or changing any batteries, it's you need special transportation and logistics. So yes, you can stable, but of course, not recommended. Okay, maybe here just one interesting point on the frequency and the frequency problem situation. Here was a country with a power cut of an export line, easy simulated. This is without battery happening, going from nearly 50 on stable frequency, suddenly nearly up to nearly 51 hertz. And if this happened in a situation of lack of reserves, this was can cause outage problems. So idea was here installing 150 megawatt batteries for and clearly yes, and within 150 milliseconds was the requirement. And then you see they have full regulation, 150 megawatt plus, 150 megawatt minus. And yeah, the idea is how much should the power be? This is a power simulation, and how much should the battery capacity should be? And normally, if you're just doing regulation, the capacity can be quite small, especially at this time when the price was quite high. But these are the two parameters: the power and megawatt hours, and what is the perfect ratio between, or the economic ratio. Yeah, but this here was really you see, this is the really urgent emergency demand of the battery, because of just one line is out of work, it's cut off, could be really cause power outages on the complete national grid. Yeah, one slide for here: frequency, virtual inertia, and fast frequency response. So we have the grid following and the grid forming inverter. So grid following is the most common standard. This is what is used for fast frequency control. Yes, this is what is normally happen, detecting a delay in the frequency, and then there are some reaction times. This is the 150 milliseconds I was talking about. This could be sufficient, but for some it's not sufficient, so they want the grid forming inverter, so I have the internal frequency inside. So with the first wave here, with the first wave it's reacting. So it's not common and not standard, but it's more and more becoming more and more popular, especially in island systems, or if you have a larger battery system, then it can also, the grid forming can come from the battery itself, like a key generator power plant. Yes. Just looking, I'm still good in time. I have 5 more slides.
Guys, sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, if you can just kind of come towards the conclusion, because we also have discussion section as well.
No, I think I'm nearly finished. I think that was the key slides. I can make a stop here, and I hope you saw everything and could hear everything well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tobias. So, yeah, I think we do have 3 to 4 minutes for questions we have from Tobias. So, yes, if anyone has any particular question, please raise your hands. Or if I can request MIS team, if there are any questions from the online participants, you can show them in the Q&A or the chat box as well. At the very bottom here. So yes, there's just one Tobias. That is there any large-scale project examples of supercapacitor project based in Germany? So yeah, that was perhaps coming from your presentation. If you'd like to respond to this one.
Yeah, let me. Okay, yeah, I can see now. No, there's no supercapacitor project. I think, yeah, the batteries, the price of batteries becomes so cheap that they were not competitive anymore. So not from my knowledge.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the participants joining us over here? Okay, so perhaps we can take them during the discussion section. Anders, just to kind of briefly, Anders is working as a market coupling expert at integration.
There
Yes.
is a question.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, please. Tobias is here. Tobias, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, so the question is that who basically owns the battery energy storage system in, say, Germany? Is it something that the TSO owns, or is it something that the participants are, say, providing through some market framework?
Thank you.
No, yeah. So the TSO is not the owner and the operator. We have one or two examples where the TSO is the operator, but this is special requirements, special net requirements. But the standard is a private investments, yes, and they're participating on the ancillary market auction.
So they're mainly on the private investment side. Yeah. Thank you. Tobias, is there anyone else? Okay. So perhaps with this we can move to Anders. Anders, are you with us? Yes. Thank you so much for joining. Anders is currently the power market coupling expert at integration. And will be presenting on the lesson European Union and case learnings for Marcus Palm. So Anders, you can share the presentation from your end.
Can you see my screen?
It should be here shortly. Yes, if you can just go into the slide sharing mode, and yes, we can hear you loud and clear as well.
Okay.
So it's it's not in the slideshow mode. It's kind of showing the presenters mode as of now. I mean, we can see all of your next slides as well as the notes if there are.
Okay, I'll try to just one moment.
Yep, sure, please.
Oh, is that better? Is it
Yes,
better now?
Yes, all perfect.
Okay. Well, as you heard, my name is Anders Peter Hovmøller, and I'll give you a presentation on these battery energy storage system in the European Union and some case learning for Pakistan. So I'll first give you some European statistics for battery energy storage systems, and then we will discuss the current European usage of utility scale battery energy storage system. And then we'll discuss what could be the future European usage of these utility scale batteries. And then I'll give you the conclusion, how to promote your utility scale batteries. So first, I'll give you some statistics on batteries in Germany and United Kingdom. First we'll discuss capacity. The battery capacity in Germany, which is Europe's biggest electricity market. Well, by the start of August this year, it was 2.1. We had 2.1 gigawatt of large-scale batteries in Germany. And if we discuss storage, then the plan is that Germany should have installed 11 gigawatt hours of standalone storage by 2030, then 34 gigawatt hours by 2035, and then about 51 gigawatts by 2040. And just for comparison, in 2024, the consumption in Germany was about 462 terawatt hours. And what is very interesting is that in Germany these days, new constructed large-scale solar plus storage systems, they can now dispatch electricity at an average price of about 8.4 euro cents per kilowatt hour. And this is cost competitive against all conventional power sources. So batteries plus solar is now a very, very competitive technology. Concerning UK, UK has even more installed capacity than Germany. The installed capacity in the UK is about 6.5 gigawatts. And just for comparison, the consumption in UK last year was about 319 terawatt hours. What we can have a look at the whole of Europe, the European statistics for batteries. And last year, the total battery storage in the whole of Europe reached 61 gigawatt hours. And of these 61 gigawatt hours, 22 gigawatt hours came in the year of 2024. So about a third of the whole capacity which we had installed by the end of 2024 came during the year of 2024. So you see a very steep increase in battery capacity. Now, still, this total storage is only a small fraction of Europe's overall energy storage capacity, because here in Europe, our energy storage capacity is still dominated by pumped hydro storage systems. Concerning the distribution of all this battery capacity, well, residential rooftop plus batteries, it remains the most popular battery product. Is about 50% of the market share. 50% of the battery capacity here in Europe is residential batteries. But utility scale batteries now accounts for 40% of the market. And in this year, 2025, utility scale storage is expected to take the lead to be the most important storage type which we'll have installed this year. And this trend is expected to continue. Now, what are the current European uses of utility scale batteries? Well, so far, utility scale batteries have been used for selling ancillary services to the transmission system operators, as you also heard in the previous presentation. These batteries are privately owned, and these private owners, they are selling these ancillary services by means of the batteries to the transmission system operators. And the thing here is that in Europe, the TSOs, the transmission system operators, they have established markets for ancillary services, and these TSO-operated markets, they have provided incentives to investors in battery systems. So the point here is that by providing transparent, reliable markets for ancillary services, this has promoted investment in batteries and also in other types of flexibility. But we see a lot of investments going into battery storage systems. So the point is that the transmission system operators, they have established a price signal for ancillary services, and this price signal has incentivized private investors to install batteries all over Europe, but still mostly in Italy, Germany, and UK. Now, what are the potential future European uses of utility scale batteries? Well, the European markets for ancillary services, they could become saturated with batteries because we see so many batteries coming in, so we could have a situation where the market for ancillary services become saturated with batteries. And of course, this would make investors in batteries look for other opportunities, and probably arbitrage trading at the wholesale market will be this new opportunity. You simply buy electricity and charge the batteries at times when the wholesale prices are low, as you also saw in the previous presentation, and then you discharge and sell electricity at times when the wholesale prices are high. And what we have seen here in Europe is that in an electricity supply system where you have many renewables, the value of electricity can vary a lot during the day. And again, what we have at this wholesale market is what we need to have, and what we do have in Europe is a price signal which is reflecting this huge variation in the value of electricity. And a price signal reflecting this huge variation in the value of electricity promotes investments in utility scale battery systems. So I'll just briefly discuss the European wholesale market to illustrate how this price signal will incentivize installments in batteries. So a very short introduction to the European wholesale markets. We have two ways of trading electricity at the wholesale market here in Europe. And for now, we have 1 hour as the market time unit at this market, which I'll show you now. We buy and sell electricity per hour. In the future, we will buy and sell electricity per 15 minutes per quarter, but we are not there yet. So for now, the market time unit is 1 hour. So here you have a producer of electricity and you have a supplier of electricity. And of course, if the supplier buys electricity directly from the producer, then the supplier has to pay the producer. But and we call this bilateral trading. We also call it OTC trading, over-the-counter trading. But here in Europe, in virtually all European countries, we also have electricity exchanges. So instead of buying directly from a producer, the supplier can buy from the electricity exchange. And for one given hour, let's assume that the exchange price for electricity is 50 euro per megawatt hour. And let's assume that the exchange has a trading and settlement fee of 0.045 euro per megawatt hour. Now, if the exchange price is 50 euro per megawatt hour, then when the supplier is buying from the exchange, then the supplier has to pay the exchange price plus this trading and settlement fee. And when the producer is selling to the exchange, then the producer will receive the exchange price minus this trading and settlement fee. So every time 1 megawatt hour is traded via the exchange, then the exchange will make 0.09 euro per megawatt hour, because the exchange is making its profit by means of trading volumes. The exchange doesn't care whether the price for electricity is high or low. The exchange will make its money by volumes. And of course, we call this exchange trading. And in the Baltic Nordic area, less than 10% of the electricity is traded bilaterally, and more than 90% is traded via the exchanges. In Germany in 2022, 41% of the electricity was traded via the exchanges. And just to complete the picture, at the bottom of the food chain, you find the consumer. The consumer pays the supplier, and then the supplier will pay the producer either directly if it's bilateral trading, or indirectly if it's trading via the exchange. So this is how you buy and sell electricity at the wholesale markets here in Europe. Now, of course, these green, blue, and red arrows, they show you the flow of the money. So these colored arrows shows you the flow of the money. But via the grid, the energy is flowing more or less directly from the producers to the consumers. Now, we have these so-called spot prices in Europe. At the European electricity market, the so-called spot prices, they are wholesale prices set by the electricity exchanges. And we have something we call bidding zones. And here you have a map of the bidding zones in Europe. For every hour, the electricity exchanges will set a spot price per bidding zone. And each of the countries, Italy, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, as you can see on the map, each of these 4 countries, they have several bidding zones, but the rest, all the other European countries, they constitute one bidding zone. So for example, Germany, For every hour, Germany has one spot price for the whole of Germany. So for every hour, you see one spot price, one wholesale price for the whole of Germany. For every hour, you see one spot price, one wholesale price for the whole of France, etc., etc. And we can have a look at the spot prices in Germany. Here I have a case which will show you the spot prices in Germany, the 10th of August this year. And what you see now are wholesale prices. Please note these are not the consumer's prices, it's wholesale prices, which you see at the slide here. So here on the first axis, I have the time of the day. And here on the second axis, I have the wholesale prices, the spot prices. I have them in Pakistani rupees per megawatt hour. And in Germany, the 10th of August this year, the picture looked like this. Please note we have one spot price per hour. And then as we go from 1 hour to the next, then the spot price will change. So there's one wholesale price per hour, and this wholesale price was fixed by the electricity exchanges. And here, the 10th of August this year, the average wholesale price for Germany was 15,600 Pakistani rupee per megawatt hour. The maximum price was about 4,800 rupee Pakistani rupee per megawatt hour, and the minimum price was minus 20,300 rupees per megawatt hour. And you see the prices going negative, the wholesale prices going negative during midday, because we have a lot of solar cells in Germany. We have so many solar cells, so we very often see, not only in Germany, but also in other European countries, we have so many solar cells, so we see the wholesale prices going negative during midday. But then during the evening, we typically have to start some gas-fired turbines. They will start up in the evening and then run for only a few hours. And starting these gas-fired turbines for just a few hours, that's a very expensive thing. So you see the prices going very high during the evening peak, during this evening peak in the consumption. Now, what we see in Germany and also in many other European countries is that we have a very high share of renewables, and this gives us a very high hourly price volatility. You see a very, very high price volatility. The price is fluctuating a lot during the day. And this simply shows you that when you have lots of renewables, then the value of electricity will vary a lot during the day. So we get this very high hourly price volatility. But of course, this also gives you great opportunities for short-term arbitrage trading. Of course, you can see when you have a day like this, then operating a battery system is very profitable. You can buy electricity at negative prices at the wholesale market during midday, and then during the evening, you can sell this electricity at a very high price. Buy at minus 20,000 rupee per megawatt hour, and then sell at 40,000 rupee per megawatt hour. Of course, that's a very, very nice business. And this also means that for the time being, these batteries in Europe, they are mainly used for ancillary services. They are mainly used by the private investors to sell ancillary services to the transmission system operators. But we will probably, at some point in time, reach a point where the market for ancillary services become saturated. But then of course, you see this very, very high opportunity for arbitrage trading where you buy when the energy is low and sell when the price for the energy is high. So what are the experiences from Europe? Well, to promote investments in battery systems, you should establish price signals. You should establish markets for electricity, markets for ancillary services, and also wholesale markets for electricity. And markets for ancillary services. And you should have wholesale markets which truly reflect this huge variation in the value of electricity from hour to hour, which we will have when we have many renewables, because these many renewables, they will make the value of electricity fluctuate a lot during the day. But then on the other hand, when you have such a price transparent wholesale market, this will give incentives to private investors to install battery systems. So these are the experiences from Europe. And that's all for me now. I say thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tobias. That was really insightful and interesting. Yeah, and let me perhaps start with the questions that we have from the participants. Yeah. Yes, we do have few at the back, if we can have the mic there.
Yes, Tobias, you mentioned that a couple of the countries, Italy and Denmark, have multiple spot pricing regions. So what kind of determination goes into marking these groupings? Are there geographical factors or any additional factors that you would like to enlighten us with?
Well, perhaps I should. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Good. Here you have the map of the bidding zones in Europe. And for example, you see Italy. You see Italy have many bidding zones, and you also see Norway have many bidding zones. And this is due to the fact that we have bottlenecks in the grid. In Italy and in Norway, in Sweden, we have bottlenecks in the grid. And these bottlenecks in the grid makes it impossible for us to create the same price for the whole of Norway and for the whole of Italy. For example, in Norway, what we saw this year and last year, northern Norway, the so-called NO4, perhaps I should start the animation. Yeah, do you see my screen now? Does it work?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, good. You see here in Norway, we have NO4, northern Norway. We had Norway is more than 90% based on hydro. So this year and last year, we had an awful lot of water in the reservoirs in northern Norway. And we did not have so much water in the reservoirs in southern Norway. So a lot of electricity, a lot of cheap electricity was trying to make its way from northern Norway down to southern Norway. But the grid cannot cope. The grid simply cannot transport all this surplus electricity from northern Norway. So we saw the prices in northern Norway go down to 10 euro per megawatt hour, whereas the prices in southern Norway were very, very high. And so simply it's bottlenecks in the grid. If you have bottlenecks in the grid, then you may be forced to split countries internally in more bidding zones. And then for Italy, you will have one price for northern Italy here, and then you will have another price, another spot price, another wholesale price for southern Italy, and that is only due to bottlenecks in the grid. So it's the grid will determine whether you have bottlenecks internally in your country.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yes, we have two more questions. Perhaps you can take them, please. Salim, if you can bring the mic over there. Yeah.
Thank you. My question is, in shortly, can you tell us that how you are ensuring the stability of the grid, especially during the low pricing period when the solar and the renewables penetrate into the system? We are facing high voltages and stability issues over here. So can you briefly tell us that which type of equipment and how many you are using over there? Thank you.
Yes, we have I don't know if you saw this previously on the other slide, but the transmission system operators here in Europe the transmission system operators here in Europe, they operate 3 different types of capacity markets. And here I use my home country, I use Western Denmark as a case. But what you see now, that is true for the whole of continental Europe. Now I use Western Denmark as a case. We have a consumption here of 24 terawatt hours per year. Minimum load of about 1,400 megawatts, maximum load about 3,600 megawatts. And we have an awful lot of wind turbines and solar cells. If you compare these numbers for the wind capacity, if you look at these numbers for the wind capacity and the solar capacity, and if you compare that with the minimum load and the maximum load, then you see why the transmission system operator in Denmark really has a challenge keeping this system stable. And in order to keep the system stable, here on the first axis, you have the response time of the units. This is the first axis. And on the second axis, you have the capacity of the units. And the transmission system operator in Western Denmark buys this so-called primary reserve. These are very, very fast reacting reserves. And here you see the batteries operating a lot. These units, they can react, or they will react automatically. When the frequency starts dropping, they will increase the production automatically. When the frequency goes up, they will decrease the input automatically, and they will react within 30 seconds. And for Western Denmark, 25 megawatts are bought, both up and down capacity, capacity. And this is called the FCR, the frequency containment reserves. And we have a multinational market. Suppliers outside Denmark can offer this very fast reacting capacity, and Danish suppliers can sell this very fast reacting capacity to Germany, for example. And we have a cross-border trade of this very fast reacting capacity. Up to 100 megawatts of this fast reacting capacity can be traded across the border to Germany. Then the Danish TSO here in Western Denmark also buys the so-called secondary reserve. And here the Danish TSO buys 100 megawatts, both up and down capacity, both the ability to up-regulate down and up and down. And here, if you want to sell this capacity to the Danish TSO, you can sell only up-regulating or you can sell only down-regulating. But red capacity must have the ability to both up and down regulate. And this is called the automatically activated frequency restoration reserves. And then the TSO in Western Denmark buys the so-called tertiary reserve. And until recently, this was activated manually. And in very many European countries, this is still activated manually. The TSO simply pick up the telephone and ask for up-regulation or down-regulating. And here the TSO in Western Denmark is buying about 400 megawatts of up-regulating capacity. And this is called the manually activated frequency restoration reserves. And here the TSO in Western Denmark is not always buying 400 megawatt up. Every day they estimate how much will we need for tomorrow. And they call this dynamic dimensioning. So every day they estimate how much will we need of this green capacity for tomorrow. And just this red capacity, the very fast reacting red capacity is bought day ahead, 8 o'clock in the morning. The blue capacity is also bought day ahead, 7:30 in the morning. And the green capacity is also bought day ahead, 7:30 in the morning. And please note that the Danish TSO is buying this capacity only day ahead. It's bought short term. And the point of buying it short term is that you get many, many more players at the markets. For example, we see industries, even retail chains, they operate on this market because they can sell capacity to the TSO day ahead. If you are an industry, you probably cannot sell capacity to the TSO on a one-year contract. But if you're an industry, you know how you want to operate tomorrow. So so you can sell this capacity to the TSO day ahead. Also, we see wind farms participating here. We see wind farm participating because if you only sell capacity day ahead and you know tomorrow is going to be windy, then you know my wind farm will be operating tomorrow. But if you have a remote controlled wind farm, then of course you can offer down regulating. So we also see the wind farms participating in this stabilization of the grid. We see the wind farms selling capacity to the TSOs. So by buying day ahead, we get many, many more players at the market, and this makes it easier for the TSO to stabilize the grid. But then we also have a huge cross-border cooperation. If you see, please again, compare the minimum load and the maximum load. You see the numbers here for minimum and maximum load. And if you compare this with the wind capacity and the solar capacity, then you see the Danish TSO can only maintain stability in this system by means of cross-border trading. We have a lot of cross-border trading of capacity here in the European Union. Yeah, I guess this is it.
You're perfect. Thank you so much. I think we do have time for, do you have any follow-up, please? Okay, you can ask, please.
Yes, thank you for this very comprehensive answer regarding the stability from the frequency point of view. But my question is that, like for the megawatt capacity, do we offer the service provider also the megawatt essentially services as well to the TNOs, or how they are? Because what I believe that when they so much penetration of the renewables, then definitely the network voltages will go down if in case they are not compensated. So there will be definitely some compensation, but we want to know the mechanism that how you are doing that.
Voltage control is also offered by private investors who are selling this voltage control to the TSO. And I'm not an expert, I'm not a high voltage expert, so I cannot explain you in detail how they do that. But I do know that also voltage control is sold by private investors to the transmission system operators. So the transmission system operators are also buying from private investors. The TSOs are also buying this ability to control the voltage. And because I'm not a high voltage expert, unfortunately, I cannot give you any details on how this is done. I only know that it's not done by the TSOs themselves. It's a service bought by the TSOs from private investors who have the ability to provide this service.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. In this, we just have time for one last comment question. Yes, Umar, if you can be a bit short. Yeah.
Okay, Tobias, I have one question. Since we are discussing the energy arbitrage application for the best optimal siting and sitting, so in case of spot market prices and the role of infra margin generation, how it influences the optimal dispatch for the battery energy storage systems, and our spot prices are a good model for the for optimal siting and sizing, or the day ahead market provides more correct information?
Is this for Enders?
From Enders, sorry.
Enders? Oh, so yeah, it's for Enders.
Well, the sound was very bad. Could you?
Okay, I'll repeat. Okay. So, what do you see? how the spot prices and the role of input margin generation can influence the economically and the optimal dispatch strategy for the optimal placement and siting for best systems. Thank you.
Okay. Let's have a look at this one here. The optimal, I'll just start here again. First of all, the siting of the batteries. Well, then, of course, the batteries are normally, as you also heard in the previous presentation, the batteries are normally installed close to a transformer station, close to one of those nodes in the grid. And if you have more bidding zones inside your country, if your country is Italy, for example, where you have many bidding zones inside Italy, then you need to consider in which bidding zone in Italy should I put my battery. If you are in Italy, then you will probably not put your battery. You will probably not situate your battery in northern Italy, because in northern Italy they have the mountains, they have the Alps, and so there you have a lot of hydropower. And this hydropower in northern Italy can provide ancillary services and arbitrage trading, etc. So if you are in Italy, you will probably locate your battery system in southern Italy, where you do not have hydropower, and where they therefore have a lot of need for flexibility, and they have a lot of solar cells and wind turbines in southern Italy. So you can also do this arbitrage trading at the wholesale market. So by locating your batteries in southern Italy, you can sell ancillary services at good prices because they don't have hydropower. You don't have hydropower as a competitor in southern Italy if you own a battery storage system. And also in southern Italy, you have a much better chance of doing this arbitrage trading, which you see on the slide here, this opportunity which you see on the slide here, because you don't have hydropower to level out. The hydropower can level out these huge price differences, of course, in northern Italy, but not in southern Italy, because you don't have hydropower in southern Italy. And then the question on how to operate the battery. And that is here in Europe, that is a task for very, very clever traders. We have these so-called traders who are buying and selling electricity on the wholesale market. And of course, the question, if you have a battery and you want to use the battery tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, etc., then you should very, very carefully plan how you want to operate your battery. At which time will you plan to charge the battery? At which time will you plan to discharge the battery? You need to have a forecast of these spot prices so you can prepare your battery for charging during the low price hours and prepare your battery for discharging during the high price hours. So who are among the private investors who are operating the batteries? Well, that is the traders. So we see a pattern where people with money, they invest in the battery systems. They put up the battery systems and they do the physical maintenance of the battery system. But the trading, how to decide when to charge, when to discharge, the trading is done by other players. The trading is outsourced. These owners of the battery systems, they outsource the trading. The decision when to charge, when to discharge, they outsource this to trading companies who are very, very skilled at operating at these wholesale markets. So this is the division of labor. You have the people with the money, they set up the battery systems, they maintain them physically, but then they outsource the task of trading. They outsource the task of using the batteries at the wholesale market. They will not do that themselves. They will outsource this to these very skilled trading companies.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Tobias, for these wonderful presentations and these responses. I think with this, we'll be moving forward, and this brings us to the last presentation before we go towards the panel discussion. And for this, we're very pleased to have with us Mr. Rizwan Razak. He's the Chief Technology Officer Huawei. And I'll kindly request Rizwan Saab to please join us at the podium. Yeah, please. And MIS team, if you can kindly display the presentation. Sure. Please, you can just come here. They'll just be shortly sharing.
Good morning and welcome everyone. My name is Rizwan. While they are preparing the slides, I'll just give a quick brief overview about myself. So I'm with Huawei, the organization, as a equipment vendor. We have supplied multiple gigawatts of batteries within the global market. And today I'll be focusing more about the organization, how we've come into the sector of the renewables, and the reference projects on the gigawatt level that we have accomplished globally as well. Thank you. So if you're not aware already, I've been with the company for around 10 years. I started in the UK sector and then have in the last 7 years moved over to the Middle East, where we have accomplished multiple reference projects from solar to battery energy storage. And as of today, I'll be focusing a bit more on the highlights of the European sector itself. So it's the other way. So there's going to be 3 categories to my presentation today. First, I'll just give a quick brief overview on the organization as Huawei, how and we are situated in the energy sector itself. Secondly, looking at the trends and challenges. So lessons learned from markets such as China, Europe, and in regards to the battery energy storage, things to look out for. So as Pakistan is now working towards integrating battery energy storage, what is the right type of storage that needs to be done? What challenges have occurred in other countries? And then looking at the products and solutions offered by the organization as Huawei itself, which will be going into more detail. So here you'll see a full overview of the organization. As an ICT provider, we have many different verticals. Now on the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see what we call digital power. And that digital power domain is where we are housed the smart PV and battery energy storage product. And that also looks after the EV sector as well as data centers. So anything energy related is situated within that sector itself. However, as the organization has been running for over 30 years, we do share patents and technology trends across the whole different verticals itself. So certain patents, such as for cooling, certain patents for the conversion, directional conversion devices, are crossed over into the digital power sector. Now, many people ask, as an organization, where is the equipment manufactured? Where it is developed? Now, everything from Huawei is manufactured in China at this current stage and is developed globally. So although the manufacturing facilities are in Shenzhen, we do have topography in parts of Europe. We have aspects of research in Nuremberg. So we do welcome whenever customers and clients like yourselves are interested in the energy sector or looking at how the function is integrated into the larger scale of the project itself, we can do testing. So companies like in Italy, grid operators, in Germany as well, come to our facilities to do the necessary testing to make sure that the products are competent and supporting the solution that is required. So let's look at the trends. Now, as an energy sector itself, we need to be looking at two major aspects. One is the safety challenge. Now, in the energy storage sector itself, we have encountered numerous different challenges in regards to fires. So this is something which is already alarming, and integrators such as Huawei are ensuring that the safety factors are integrating high quality precision monitoring and fire prevention systems. Secondly, is the surge of renewable industry. As that has spiked, now we're looking at unstable grid. So the energy storage is a follow-up to the renewable penetration rate, which is increasing. So we talked earlier on in regards to how the energy sector in Europe is moving from tariff rates, where it's shifting power from different countries, different areas within countries, to ensure that the power is stable across the whole domain itself. As the penetration rates increase, and that is expected to increase even further with the prices decreasing as well. Now, if we look at the certain countries on the left-hand side, we can see that the penetration rate of renewable industry has already surpassed 30%. What does that mean? So as we increase the penetration rate of renewables, the grid itself becomes unstable. So that automatically requires an energy storage product to be integrated into the energy mix itself. Now, the second factor is, yes, we can add energy storage into that, but if we just add grid following devices, we're going to encounter the same problem. So on the right-hand side, you can see frequency regulation domains and other transmission over voltage factors, which were talked in the last couple of sessions. Now, that comes down to the component level. So energy storage as a sector itself is requiring the product, but the component level needs to require the frequency support, whilst also ensuring that not only minute level, hour level, and forecasting from a day, 1 hour advanced notice to be supported by the application itself. So we are seeing changes within the sector itself. So what you can see here right now in the European sector, we are seeing very limited services being provided from energy storage products, shown in the center of the slide. Energy trading, auxiliary services, those are the two key services which are currently being provided. Going forward, that will change, and we already are seeing that in Europe itself. Certain markets such as the UK are looking at that in more detail and advancing in that very quickly as well. So on the right-hand side, you will see functionality of grid forming functionality. So right now, the energy storage sector is having standard grid codes or standard parameters, which are just supporting the grid for very limited interval points. Going forward, as the renewable energy sector increases, the energy storage sector will need to have more layers of functionality. So auxiliary services will still be required, but we'll need to also be looking at multiple other domains as well, and that will increase in terms of the number of functions increasing to more than 10. So as the energy sector itself, there is multiple different trends that are happening. Now, Europe, I would say, is slightly advanced in terms of the trends and understanding the business models. And we need to be sharing that with consultants itself to ensure that you are familiar with how the products and the solutions are operating. So when we are looking at energy storage, we need to be looking at the factor of how it is programmed into the solution itself. If you're having a plant with PV and energy storage nearby, that energy going to the grid can be more stabilized, where the excess energy at certain times of the day can be put into the energy storage product. However, in certain projects in Europe, we're having standalone energy storage and standalone renewable projects. So those will require different factors of design and software programming to be done in the right way. Just conscious on time, here what you will see is the global domain in terms of the energy storage. It's broken down into multiple different sectors, but as you can see here, US China is dominating the energy storage sector itself at this current stage, from the right-hand side of the slide. Other sectors which are growing quite quickly, UK, for example, is at quite advanced. Companies like Spain have already adopted energy storage quite quickly as well. So we need to consider what is happening in other parts of the world. And as I can see in Pakistan already, the PV renewable implementation has rapidly increased in the last 10 years. So energy storage itself will be required not only for, as I would call it, grid following, but grid forming functionality in order to stabilize the overall grid of Pakistan itself. So European sector, how is that broken down? We can see that numerous different countries here are focusing on the energy storage sector itself. As I said, UK, Germany is already quite advanced in this sector itself, and that is standalone systems. So these are behind the meter applications where they are trading with the grids themselves on peak, off-peak, auxiliary, and multiple different applications themselves. Why is this happening? First of all, the price aspect. On the bottom side of the slide, you will see factors such as LCOE, levelized cost of energy, and LCOS, which is the levelized cost of storage. So these applications have driven down the price point, becoming quite cost effective to be fruitful enough to be implemented at the right cost. Now, as that increases in terms of the penetration rate, we need to be looking at not only a low price, but also the LCOS and LCOE factors themselves. So that includes not only the component cost, it looks at the lifetime of the application itself and the operational cost itself. So all three equate to the LCOE of the project itself. So when we are integrating types of energy storage products into the sector itself, such as in Pakistan, we need to be looking at not only the most cost-effective CapEx, low item, priced item itself. And I'll be talking about that in the coming slides today. So Huawei as an organization, we are leading the functionality of grid forming. Now, there is numerous different white papers, and when we talk about grid forming, what does that actually mean? How does it actually support the projects themselves? So these white papers are available, and we are also seeing globally that grid codes are also adopting to the functionality of grid forming. Now, that requires changes from the grid operators, like in Pakistan itself. Multiple operators need to start changing with the dynamics of the renewable penetration rates. In the UAE, where I'm based at the moment, we've recently seen a very large tender from EWIC, which is the operator from Abu Dhabi, where they have specified the specific topic, grid forming converters to be implemented into the project. So this is starting to be adopted in the Middle East already, and it will need to be adopted within Pakistan within the next coming years as well. So what does the grid forming functionality mean? We heard about multiple different consultants earlier on talking about this and operators talking about this. But at this current stage, we are where that line is indicated in the center of the slide, where we are having energy storage products where they are releasing their energy at certain times or charging their energy at times where the intervals are between 10 seconds and 1 minute at this current stage. And the weaker applications are providing those services from minute to hour levels or day advance notices. And what we actually need going forward is more precision and more detailed items where we are able to do down to millisecond release of energy of the products themselves. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the functionality of the energy storage products and those application scenarios themselves. So what is being offered from Huawei? I think it would be, first of all, a clearer idea if I showed you the background of the digital power domain itself. So we've been operating for over 10 years. And within that 10 years, we've started in the PV industry itself, supplying converters, PV inverters into the energy sector itself. And in that 10 years, we've been concentrating on modular string inverter technology. Now, as we've seen in the last 10 years, the shift between centralized, large containerized converters to more modular formation has been adopted from that 74% supported right now. If we looked at 2014, only a very small portion of around 25% were using modular applications themselves. So this is also following on to the energy storage sector, where those major converters storing the power and converting that into a AC power is able to be adopted in modular formation. And that is something which we see growing to 80% and higher going forward in the coming years. Now, with a large technology company such as Huawei, we are not only concentrating on the product itself, but we're looking at future integration of these products into the applications themselves. So we are ensuring digitalization. What does that mean? Accessibility down to cell and peak level data information. So as operators, as yourselves, we need to be looking at intelligent applications and automatic O&M applications themselves. So when the system of the energy storage product is operating, that forecast information is available and accessible by the products and solutions that are being offered. And now when we look at auto O&M, operation and maintenance, we need to be looking at ensuring that the asset itself is digital and also limited in terms of its downtime. Now, as you can understand, relying on PV industry and a certain large PV project goes down, that's going to be impacting a larger application of the overall grid itself. And it's similar with the energy storage sector itself. Reliance on certain times of energy storage products and downtimes is going to be impacting the overall grid. So we need to be limiting the functionality itself. So here is the solution offered as a vendor from Huawei. We supply not only the energy storage containers, which are concentrated on 20-foot facilities. We also supply the converters, which are your PCS, along with the step-up transformer, along with the controller, which we call the power plant controller. Now, all of these items are sometimes provided independently, or as with Huawei, we supply it as a package. So in order to optimize in other sectors in Europe, for example, some companies have asked for just the batteries themselves and the converters themselves, localizing transformers and localizing the energy management systems themselves. As Huawei, we do suggest having a one package solution in order to ensure the seamless operation application. So when you're having the grid operators sending the required set point or signals from the grid with regards to the frequency or the voltage set points, the application can see what is available from the energy storage items themselves and not only provide the active, but maybe potential reactive power support mechanisms can be supplied through the projects themselves and the components themselves as well. Now, as an industry, we do need to be looking at what is happening in the sector itself. So the aspects of the energy storage sector is very limited in regards to the standards that are currently available. So the safety standards and the component level monitoring standards are very limited. So we can see that it has affected numerous different fire or problematic issues in regards to the scalability of the energy storage sector itself. And on the top side, what you will see is down from the cell level of the rigorous tests that Huawei as an organization do as a vetting process when we are looking at the cell technology that is going to be integrated in the energy storage product itself, down to transportation and also usability function as well. So here is a typical example of a container installed and how the pack would typically be demonstrated on the monitoring platform. So you'll be very clearly seeing how the project is operating, where the battery pack and particular cell is operating in terms of its cell and its performance itself. We also work with third-party vendors like DNVGL, for example, where they have validated the product in terms of its safety and its production in terms of its testing. So when there is a smoke, for example, where it could occur in a particular battery project, how it can be censored and how it can be eliminated the most efficiently. Now, as an organization, and I'm sure many of you are wanting to understand the reference projects globally that we have available. So here are several different projects. In the center of the slide is one of the, I would say, the baby of the Middle East project, the Red Sea project, which is in Saudi Arabia, around 1.3 gigawatt in scale. And other projects across Europe and also in China, where we carried out numerous high voltage testing and frequency test supports as well. So here, what you can see is a high voltage grid test that was conducted, the short circuit test, in order to see how the energy storage product, specifically on grid forming functionality, is able to respond when there is a high voltage tripping occurring. So on this particular plant, we needed to make sure and time exactly once that system has been tripped due to the high voltage line, how quickly the system can be reactivated and stabilizing the grid parameters themselves. Now, we talked about the product itself. There is multiple different vendors available in the sector. And what I would like to highlight here is we need to be looking at, as I indicated earlier on, LCOS, levelized cost of the storage overall. So not only looking at the single functionality stated here, long-term power supply from the PV, wind and energy storage only, but we may need to be integrating this project in a particular microgrid application. In future, 10, 15 years down the line, is the grid still going to become available in that nearby area, along with the penetration rate of PV? If that increases, will that change the dynamics of the energy storage products themselves? So in this kind of sector, we do need to design the plants in a more systematic way. And here, what you will see as an example, the PV devices indicated on the bottom left-hand side there, and the energy storage products installed there as well. So with those two working in parallel, the system can power shift between the PV and energy storage depending on how the power is available on the PV plant itself. So the flow charts on the right-hand side, we can look at daily forecasting to ensuring that the battery energy storage items themselves are charged sufficiently and able to discharge sufficiently in the necessary amount of time as well. So we have looked at various different examples on comparison as well. So on a typical case of around 2 megawatt in size, we've compared aspects on the O&M. So as I indicated earlier on, Huawei as a large ICT organization is not going to be the most cost-effective product in the market. Because of the integration of R&D, along with the safety and rigorous third-party testing processes that we conduct, we are seeing that the aspect of the scalability of the project itself needs to be clearly defined. So when you are comparing two sizes of components, we need to be looking at the usability not only on year one, but looking at the full life cycle of the product itself. So as you can see on the right-hand side, the downtime application needs to be assessed. We need to be looking at the number of cycles that are going to be assessed on a daily basis. And can that be increased? Can that be decreased to increase the usability of the energy storage product itself? Now, within the product itself, as I indicated, with Huawei, we look at multiple different aspects, not only the industry standards, we go above and beyond that. So as an industry standard, we are looking at potentially 1 hour forecasting as a minimum standard. We're looking at day ahead forecasting available from the components themselves. And that needs to be done with the sensoring and needs to be done with the monitoring platforms available from vendors like Huawei. So here is just an overview. I do understand time is a little bit short, so I'll just kind of rush through on the aspects on the solution, as this is normally discussed with the consultants and EPC contractors themselves. But we are providing the end-to-end solution, and this is items where the monitoring and integration with grid operators is required. So this will work with the grid sending the required set point, monitoring the point of connection for voltage, frequency, and power, for example, and be able to deliver and operate the power plant in the most stable formation. So here are a few global references that we have supplied around the world, not only in China, in Singapore, in Saudi Arabia, and multiple within Europe itself. One of the most kind of reference projects for myself is this project here in Saudi Arabia. It's a completely microgrid application, so not connected to the grid at all of SEC, Saudi Electricity Company, purely provided the PV power, which is charging the energy storage product majority of the time, and then discharging at the different times of the day. So the peak load of this particular plant is around 125 megawatt, with around 400 megawatts of solar and 1.3 gigawatt hour of energy storage. How does that form? It's broken down into 3 different plants themselves, supplying power to numerous different areas across the Red Sea area. This is from airports to hotel resorts to facilities where the construction workers are currently operating. So right now, this has been operating for around 3 years without any use of any generators themselves. You're purely providing power from PV and energy storage itself. This is another very unique reference project from Singapore, where we were supplying our battery containers, our PCS devices, which you can see in modular formation on the bottom right-hand side, and also the 20-foot containers as well. Another project in Sweden, neighboring a PV plant. So this is energy trading, very small in terms of scale, but a very key reference project. So based on that, I'm going to conclude my slides there, and I'll be happy to take any kind of questions that anybody may have from the presentation slides. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Do you have any questions from? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to ask, earlier on, one of the presenters mentioned that sometime in 2025, the costs for installation for BESS systems will be around 100 USD per megawatt hour. So as a vendor, what kind of maintenance costs do you think are paired with the long-term installation and upkeep of such systems?
So we can already see the price as a installation aspect coming down already, as most of the equipment is becoming digitalized. So we are looking at full turnkey package from the energy storage device itself, the PCS, the transformer, and the monitoring platform. From the O&M aspect, we need to be looking more detailed in terms of what is being offered. How is it integrated and monitored and connected in a smart way? So in energy storage items, what you will require is called calibration. So as the batteries age over their lifetime, they will start aging differently. Very similar to the PV industry. The panels themselves will degrade over their lifetime, and the cells will also degrade over their lifetime as well. So functionality of automatic calibration will need to be integrated in a smart way to minimize the O&M. So right now, the standard costs, and if you're just following trends from other sectors, that will be a challenge, and you will be budgeting quite a high cost for O&M. But if you're working very closely with the OEM of the vendors themselves, you will see that that can be decreased to optimize the factors of the LCOS, which is the levelized cost of storage.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, at the back, Sare.
Thank you, Rizwan, for this insightful presentation. I have a very basic question, like what do you see as one of the biggest barrier for utilities in Pakistan in terms of adopting this BESS as an ancillary service? Is it, do you think it's a technology, it's financing, or it's regulation? Thank you.
I think from a personal perspective, it will require lessons learned. We are already seeing projects integrated in Pakistan at a smaller scale. But as you can understand, even the utility scale PV industry in Pakistan has not taken off like other sectors, like in the Middle East. So once that has been adopted, what we will see is the energy storage sector very closely following with a rapid growth as well. But it will require aspects of the vendor and also close design to be done in the right way. And that will require close collaboration with the OEM and the integrators of the design institutes themselves.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I was just thinking very casually, when generation was the challenge in Pakistan, we see the IPP's model. And later on, we see that the capacity payment and all that, and the investment was guaranteed because the need to mobilize investment was somewhere. What do you think? Because if this battery system has to come, it would be huge at some point, because off-grid and off-time and peak and daytime, these matters. What do you think? What sort of regulatory challenges and what is the business model? Because if they also someone mobilize that's of a 600 million or $1 billion or something, whatever. So what do you think? What are the bottlenecks? Because we see this power generation sector has become rather a liability.
Yes, so we need to be future-proofing the applications themselves. Right now, the integration of energy storage products are with very limited types of services. Particularly if you've got a PV plant nearby, it's excess energy that is being provided to the grid. Potentially, you've got auxiliary services charging, discharging at different times of the day. So we need to be widening the application scenarios, working with not only the grid, but also the assets owners themselves to widen the usage of the energy storage of the products themselves. So when we are designing the projects or implementing the projects at this current stage, we need to be looking at not only the function of implementing it nearby to a PV plant itself. We need to be looking, okay, is that an area where there is a weak grid? Can we potentially work with the grid operator in stabilizing the grid? So having more verticals on the scenarios themselves to support the application itself. With the energy mix changing, what we will see is the energy storage sector growing quite rapidly. And that will require, at this stage, I would say, the OEMs to work very closely with the integrators themselves in order to make sure that the scenarios are done in a safe and reliable formation. We have seen in the past that when there is particular cases where projects have been adopted, problems have occurred. And that brings down the vendors themselves and potentially puts a very bad taste for that kind of technology itself. So I have had talks with other companies in the market itself, supercapacitors. As Huawei, we haven't looked at that because we've seen that from a price and from a usability function globally, it can't be done at the scale and price that is needed by the global demand. So we have concentrated only on lithium ion at this stage. And we are looking at other technologies, but that will take time with price and also cost.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Sansar. That was extremely helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. With this, we'll be moving towards the last segment, that is the discussion on technical, financial, and regulatory aspects of integrating grid scale bus. And for that, let me firstly invite Engineer Ahmed Nazir Saab. He's currently the head of Center for Private Sector Engagement at STPI. He'll be moderating this session. And let me invite Mr. Mohammed Zakria. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. He's the Executive Director of System Operations at the Independent System Market Operator, ISMO. So if you can please join us. Said Fazan Ali Shah Sahab. So Fazan Sahab, if you could please join us. He is a renewable energy industry expert, and also, just like you mentioned, he is an advisor to the GIZ on this DEDI project as well. Mr. Osman Wahid, he is the Central Secretary Corporation Limited. Osman Sahab, if you could please join us on the screen on this stage as well. Ms. Varda Ali, Ms. Varda is the Business Development Manager at Huawei Pakistan. And last but not the least, Mr. Alex Skin, Sales Manager ZTT. And lastly, this session will be chaired by Mr. Imtiaz Bulish from the National Electric Power Regulatory Authority. So if you can please join us at the stage, please. Sir. Thank you, Alex. Please.
Thank you very much. It's always difficult to be part of a session that comes before lunch, so we'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible. Just to give you a context, I think we started off with a very technical background, and all the presentations were great. But we, I think, as a nation, forget why we are sitting here in the first place. What is actually wrong with the electric power sector in the first place? And I think that links to the basic hypothesis that we are failing as a test, which is that the energy generation should lead to economic growth, which is not the case in Pakistan due to several of the reasons that were discussed as well today. What all the players relevant to the electric power market should be doing is ensuring affordability, reliability, and sustainability of the power. And that is the basic effort towards the market reforms, and BESS, of course, is part of that. This panel discussion will be more focused on the macro aspects. We have had very good discussions on the technical side, and we will be focusing more on what are the regulatory challenges for BESS implementation, as well as the overall business regulatory environment side in this regard. So to start off with, I'll go to Syed Fazan Ali Shah Sahab, who is currently a senior advisor, digitalization and decarbonization of power distribution sector of power sector of Pakistan, and of course all the people in the power sector knows Fazan Saab very well. Sir, my question to you will be that what are the systematic challenges and risks which Pakistan should be cautious about when scaling up the grid-based BESS? And also, what opportunities do you see for BESS deployment at household, feeder, or grid scale? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me here. So whenever we talk about any technology in the power sector, so I always have a rule of thumb, but it's always easier to break down different sort of challenges when you talk about them. So I always categorize them in three different categories, which is the policy and the regulatory aspect, the financial and the technical part. So as far as the systemic challenges concerned with upscaling of battery energy storage systems, when we talk about regulatory challenges, so right now as we speak, we do not have any classification of any sort of battery energy storage systems in the regulatory framework or the policy framework as well. We do have some sort of technical limits defined in the grid codes, but apart from that, no specific categorization of battery energy storage systems. We know that battery energy storage systems sometimes act as generators, and other times they act as load. So I personally think a specific category needs to be entered somewhere in the policy or somewhere in the regulatory framework, based on which all the generation plans or all the distribution system standards or the transmission framework needs to be, accommodating that battery energy storage system. So as far as the regulatory aspect is concerned or the challenges is concerned, this is one of the major challenges. That first we need to acknowledge that yes, this battery is a technology, is a reality, and globally it is being adopted, in different parts of the world, as we have seen by the presenters. Similarly, when we talk about the financial issues, as a lot of questions were related to the cost of the batteries, although it has decreased quite a lot since last couple of years, but it is still at a place where the upfront cost is still quite relatively high. Unfortunately, no concessional loans or no schemes have been at the moment identified or are in place for the for the battery energy storage systems to kick in. We have seen that previously State Bank Pakistan green financing scheme was there for the offtake of solar energy, which proved quite successful in the uptake of solar, and it brought down the upfront cost in terms of it was like 6%. On concessional loans, that policy was there through the commercial banks. That has also been withdrawn. Similar sort of a concessional loan strategy could be adopted for the uptake of battery energy storage systems as well. And in terms of technical aspects, I'm sure I'll leave it up to the industry as well to highlight those. But in terms of technical aspects, I'll just touch 2-3 points that. At the moment, a lot of battery vendors are coming in. Not all of them are IEC, standardized or they're not certified. Similarly, other parameters, technical parameters, they're not standard. So some sort of entity needs to be designated by the government who can ensure that a specific standards need to be followed for the battery energy storage systems intake, like for the solar PV systems. In I think around 2019-20, an SRO 604 was issued, which mentioned that a specific COC test reports have to be carried out in order to get those solar panels, inverters imported in the system in the Pakistan. So similarly, such sort of I think standard needs to be maintained or need to be developed, and a specific entity needs to be designated to do that, which is non-existent at the moment. And the second question was related to, can you repeat that?
It was relevant to the opportunities do you see for best deployment at household feeder or grid level?
Yeah, so the opportunities are huge, like I also mentioned during by answering one of the questions, that in terms of residential demand, right? Residential demand is approximately 50% of the overall demand of the country. So and if we talk about net metering and the single phase consumers, so 31 million consumers are single phase consumers. Out of those 31 million consumers, approximately 18 million consumers or 19 million consumers are those who are below the 200 units. But that was not the case. It happened recently over the period of last 2 to 3 years that from 11 to 12 million consumers who were in the 200 units category, this have now over the last couple of years or 3 years have swelled up to 18 million. So 6 million consumers have gone below the 200 category. So what has happened that suddenly these consumers have gone down to 200 units? The reason is simple. Those single phase consumers have adopted solar. They've adopted battery hybrid inverters. And based on those hybrid inverters, the next step is that these consumers will definitely install these lithium ion batteries. Right now, they might have installed lead acid batteries, but as the price will go down, you will see these these consumers will install lithium-ion batteries. The potential is that approximately, if you multiply these 6 million consumers with approximately 3 panels of 585 watt, you would see, or 3 to 4 panels, you would see that this potential, or this the sector, the overall quantum will become 20 gigawatt of solar panels. So based on that, approximately equal number of batteries need to be installed if the ratio is 1:1, right? Equal number of batteries, 20 gigawatt hour of batteries would be a market for these residential consumers over the period of next 3 to 4 years. And when we talk about industry, so the industrial sanction load in Pakistan is approximately 20 gigawatts. 20,000 megawatt का हमारा sanction load है industry का. So that means that they have the potential to reach that 20,000 megawatt, right? Obviously, सारा तो नहीं reach कर रहा, but that 20,000 megawatt, if we only consider the use case of peak demand or peak shaving, right? So that even if 10% of the industry utilizes this peak shaving case of battery energy storage systems for 2 hours, so that makes up 4,000 gigawatt hour of battery energy storage potential. Only 10%. अभी जो दूसरा इसका use case है, the energy shifting use case, I've not even touched upon that. So all in all, even last week I was at the SunGrows event and I was highlighting that if battery energy storage follows the same trend, which the solar panels we have observed, like every year it is being doubled. So like Hania also mentioned, last year, the imported quantum of battery energy storage systems was 1 gigawatt hour, right? And if it doubles for the next till 2030, this becomes 60 gigawatt hours, 60 to 64 gigawatt hours of potential battery energy storage system market in Pakistan. And this 64 gigawatt hours will translate, because it will dispatch every day, right? One cycle every day. So this translates into approximately 25 terawatt hours, which is approximately 20 to 25% energy demand of the country. So careful planning needs to be done in terms of, because I don't see our power plants being utilized. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Fazan Saab. I think, first of all, the classification into policy, regulatory, and policy, regulatory, technical, and financial barriers really made things easy. And secondly, I think there is a huge opportunity there for BESS. So I'll now move on to Mohammad Zakaria Saab from ISMO. Sir, my question is two-tiered. One is from the system operator's perspective, and the other one will be slightly from the market operator's perspective. So from the SO side, how does demand defection and renewable integration create a case for storage? We have heard from several of the speakers on it, but I would like to have your take on it. And from the MO's part, how do you see this in terms of market balancing, the ancillary services, and the financial capabilities of the sector overall? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for GIZ to be the part ISMO in this important presentation and discussion. Regarding your first question, being demand defection. Being system operator, I am in NPCC since last 15 years. We saw different eras in our country in the electricity system demand scenarios. Initially, we were in a balance. Then we faces in the demand increment and faces shortfall of the energy. Since last 1 year, we are facing the demand defection from the grid. There are different reasons behind this. We cannot say here. You all are well aware of it. One of the most important thing, the shifting of consumers from grid to solar, PV solars, net meters, behind the grid energy utilization. That create a challenge for system operator to meet these issues. So to meet as a concern for demand side management, yes, BESS can become a case, as Fazan Saab earlier said, that for peak shaving, we can make BESS as base case, because at the moment we are generating our electricity system from 7,000 megawatt variation from daytime to peak time and over the night. Our demand, our generation profile have been shifted from peak daytime to night hours because of this solar induction in the electricity system. So if we go to the peak times and night times to meet the highest demand figures, we have to run the costly fuel plants. If we have a sufficient amount of BESS in our system, we can manage this certain peaks from the BESS system, and we can save the high cost generation from the system. As for intermittency of these renewables, from system operation point of view, intermittency became a big challenge. We had to face certain times frequency rise or frequency drops. So how we can manage in presence of these renewable in our system? Yes, again, BESS became a base case for cope up with this renewable intermittency in the system. We have some slower ramp rate generation generating plants in our system. If we suddenly face a wind speed changes in our system, the generation from wind corridor will fluctuate. So meet that immediate fluctuation, yes, BESS will be a case in our grid. The second question from market perspective, I can add on the little things in the market perspective. Yes, for BESS in the market, there should be clear ancillary procurement regulation in our system. We have proper price transfer mechanisms, cost benefits return to the investors in which cases they will invest, in which scenarios there will be a marginal price mechanism, fair publications of marginal price mechanism, and its forecast of marginal pricing. And another one, we should have connection agreements or service level agreements in the system. At the moment, I think from dispatch point of view or operation point of view, we have put some small things in the grid code. When the industry came, our BESS will increase in the system. What need at that time, we should, I think, need in some amendments or some changes in the grid code. So from my, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have highlighted the issues, especially pertaining to the VRE induction into the grid and how BESS can come up with a solution. But of course, we will need procurement regulations and proper SLAs going forward. So with this, I'd like to move on to Mr. Usman from SunGrow. Sir, I'd like to hear from you regarding the global experiences. What technical deployment models have worked best in emerging markets? And secondly, what are the international best financial and regulatory best practices that you can share with the forum? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First of all, I'm grateful for GIZ and Mr. Fizan Ali Shah for inviting me over here. First of all, you can say regarding the global developments, the way things are going, specifically with reference to the BESS scale is concerned. So normally we divide this large scale battery energy storage system market into two parts. One is for, you can say, CNI customers, and the other part is for the utility scale customers. Basically, it varies from country to country and the energy mix to energy mix, specifically talking about Pakistan. Like we have a sort of a unique, you can say, situation where industry is being powered up with reference to gensets along with the grid. So the main case that happens is of 1C, which is basically a stabilization part. Then the second one is the energy storage, where 0.5C systems or 0.25C systems goes into place. So globally, as well as in Pakistan, like BESS manufacturers are deploying these sort of solutions from CNI market to utility scale market, and like over the past you can say couple of years, the surge of import of these systems has, you can say, skyrocketed. Now talking about, you can say, major improvements that can happen with reference to the policy making is concerned. Like when I was being asked to come for this talk, the first thing that comes into my head is that there's only one single policy with reference to the import of BESS is present. We call it as EFS, Export Financing Scheme, and that is specifically for the export-oriented companies only. So with reference to that, they're getting a low KIBOR from 11 to 3% rate. Just like in solar, we had the green financing available. So I don't see any other major scheme being, you can say, introduced from the government side. Now, what it is doing is that it's basically making the feasibility of BESS for the exporters more lucrative, which is now, like, for example, in the stability case is less than 2 years, and for the storage point of view is 3 to 4 years is the payback. But what about those who are not the exporters? See, the solar has been adopted from, you can say, all across Pakistan. Let it be from residential to CNI, large scale CNI to like CNI systems that scales up to 100 megawatt, 80 megawatt. So in order to absorb that much amount of free energy that has been generated to solar, so energy battery would be required, not just by exporters, to the CNI sector as well. So the schemes need to be introduced so that people get empowered to import, you can say, best at a low financing rate. That's one thing. And the most importantly, one thing which was being highlighted by Mr. Fizan was, while importing these best, I think right now there is more than 40 to 50 top tier, or you can say best manufacturers, which are bringing their products in Pakistan. But there has to be some sort of criteria from the customs of Pakistan to import them. Just like inverters, few years back, PSI COC was introduced, but in BESS, there is no such regulation. Like even there are some BESS manufacturers who are not even qualified with reference to, like, they don't even have IC certifications, but however, they can simply import it and bring it to Pakistan. Doesn't matter, and connect it to the grid. Doesn't matter if the product is at par with reference to like the top brand like Sungrow, Huawei, Goshen, or they are at par or not, but they're just bringing it in. So there has to be some sort of regulation with reference to, you can say, certifications or import. The second is the financing part. And starting with, I've like already explained the, you can say, base cases, 0.5C and 1C. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Swansab. I think your mention of the requirement for a more broader incentive scheme and also I think reiteration of the certification and accreditation requirements for the importers is very well noted. So next up, we will be going to Mr. Alex Chang from ZTT. He's the product sales manager at ZTT. So Mr. Chang, given the system level challenges in Pakistan grid, frequency fluctuations, low inertia and voltage stability, etc., how can grid scale BESS projects as piloted by NTDC address these issues by providing ancillary services? And the second question is, from your international experience, what bottlenecks usually slow down adoption of BESS and how might these play out in Pakistan?
Okay, thank you. And hi all the distinguished guests. I'm Alex Chen from ZTT, which is a leading company supplying BESS products over the world. Actually, here currently, let me give a basic knowledge about our Pakistan BESS project in Pakistan. It's my pleasure to briefly introduce our grid-scale BESS project in Pakistan. This project consists of 8 battery containers with PCS units, providing a total capacity of 20 megawatt hour at 132 kV connection. Currently, the overall progress has reached about 68%, and we are targeting grid connection at the end of this year. The bus equipment has already passed FAT and is ready for shipment this month. Of course, we have faced some challenges. These include a shortage of local technology appetites and high import duties on energy storage equipment, and limited location engineering support. To address this, we are strengthening cooperation with local partners. Can you pardon the first question?
Given the system level challenges in Pakistan's grid, like frequency fluctuations, low inertia, and voltage stability, how can grid scale BESS projects as piloted by NTDC address these issues by providing ancillary services?
Actually, for this question, the main barriers are non-clear revenue models, financing, FX risks, and regulation delays. Who could similarly slow down addition in Pakistan?
And the second question is, from your international experiences, what are the bottlenecks that usually slow down adoption of BESS, and how might these play out in Pakistan?
Mostly it is a regulation and regulation in local countries, and some government working efficiency, and also the temporary issues to be solved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex Chan. He mentioned regarding their pilot project that is being run with NTDC, and also the main issues are with the financial and regulatory side of issues. So now I'll move on to Ms. Varda from Huawei, Pakistan. We have already seen the products that in the presentation. If you can kindly just shed some light on the safety issues and the efficiency, and secondly on how you plan to integrate the ICT, the energy management systems, the AI-based forecasting into your products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the management for this invitation, and thanks to you. This is a very important question that I think that everybody should know. First, I would like to share some experience regarding what kind of battery storage inquiries we are getting in Pakistan right now. See, every customer has a different scenario, right? So some customers are coming with the request that they want the proposal first think about the customer requirement. So this is also a very important thing. I also see in the market that people are just interested to sell the product. I think it should not be like this. And we are following up the mandatory requirements that what are required to design the system. This is one of the most important thing. And for designing the system, there are some mandatory checklists that we are following up to design it. Because if we randomly sell the product and later on, if we integrate the system and it does not meet the requirement of the customer, that can also damage the repute of the OEM as well as the EPC. So this is also one of the important factor that we believe. And another thing is that the financial aspect. Obviously, if customer require quality, lithium is not a simple thing. It's a bomb. right? So what does it mean? It means that we cannot compromise on the quality of the product, right? So obviously, if there is a Tier 1 product, and if it is IEC certified, and it is tested with a third-party certifications with IEC standards, so that means that obviously the premium. But if customer requires a product with a very less price, that also makes a problem for both of them. Right. So this also needs to educate to the customers and the surroundings. And another thing is that obviously the safety is the most important thing. So there should be a regulation that covers the battery storage. Like I really appreciate our regulators that they are covering the renewables, they are covering the EVs, they are covering all the prospective generation plans, but obviously they also need to look after the battery storages, and they should also, like, for example, should also look into it with respect to the controlling of these kind of projects. And another thing, and most important thing with respect to the
This is a technology which can also be used in different sort of manners in order to, let's say, stabilize the system, or in order to, provide a backup in terms of energy shortage, or provide a cold start. So this is one thing. Then we need to also see that how we can monetize multiple services. So right now, what is happening is that we are only monetize a single service, right? For example, हमारे पास एक generator है, so that generator is monetized in terms of the active energy which it provides. हमारा एक PPA signed हुआ हुआ है उसके साथ, and based on that PPA, that generator provides us an energy, and then we give him the the monetary benefits. But this is a unique device who can give us multiple services, right? It can give us frequency regulation, it can give us energy shaving or peak shaving, energy shifting, it can give us black start or cold start. So we need to see whether we can make up a framework where we can incentivize multiple services, right? That is non-existent at the moment. The other part is the ancillary services regulation. We have the CTBCM framework. So on one side, we have the consumers. On the other side, we have the suppliers, right? They will be doing bilateral contracts, and then we will switch on. The system operator will dispatch all these generators, which are in bilateral contracts. But yet again, it's like a physical or the characteristics of the grid is such that not all that energy could be dispatchable, right? There would be some system constraints. For those system constraints to overcome, you would need to do something, right? So once you do that, then who will be responsible, in order to maintain the stability of the system? So for that, you need obviously an ancillary services market. Okay. The argument is that, yes, it is already built into that, the wheeling charge and this, but that is not efficient, right? The efficient manner is that you have a separate ancillary services market for this. And then you bid on that as well, that, okay, we foresee a constraint in this part tomorrow based on our dispatch modeling. And for that to overcome, please bid and see whoever gives the lowest cost, I'll dispatch that generator or that battery. And then you will see that battery might become one of the most efficient, technology, which can provide that ancillary services or multiple ancillary services. So this framework is necessarily required in order for the private sector to participate. I also have a reservation in terms of this 500 megawatt hour, right? Somebody, I think, asked the question from Anders, and that question was very much relevant. He asked that who is the owner of this 500, these batteries, whether it is TSO, and his answers was very interesting. He said, no, it's not the TSO, it's the private sector. So if it is the private sector, the private sector needs, the government needs to give a signal to it. Where's that signal? It's non-existent at the moment, right? And what we're trying to do is we're trying to yet again procure that 500 megawatt hour battery. The government is trying to procure, and then I don't know whether it will be dispatched or whether it will not be dispatched. We don't know. Right now, unfortunately, our planning is also not up to the mark. So अगर वो ना dispatch हुई या कोई problem हुआ, तो वो तो फिर capital cost, all the risk will come to the consumers, the regulated consumers. So why don't we formulate an ancillary services market and let the market decide? वो आ जाए, वो 500 megawatt लगा ले या 200 megawatt hour की battery लगा ले. So these are some of the steps which need to be done at the policy level, I guess. And then the financial or the technical key, whatever the discussions that is obviously in parallel, needs to go hand in hand as well. So with this, yes, I think this.
Thank you, Fizan Sab. So I'll move on to Mohammad Zakaria Sab. If you have any final recommendations from ISMO side, covering both system and market operator.
Yes, again, in detail, Faizan Saab has explained. We should have a model, the best system in our integrated generation expansion plan, if possible, in future cases, to make it sure that it will be dispatchable at what certain levels or what times it will be dispatched. Another thing, it should be yes, to give them an ancillary services regulation, the thing to participate them in ancillary services, a platform to participate. So to build their confidence, there should be a fair forecast of marginal pricing. This is from my side.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I'll move on to Mr. Usman from SunGrow. Sir, I'll particularly like you to shed light on what type of models do you see coming forward, like public-private partnerships, or again, the question around ownership. Again, I think it has come on a couple of times. And how can we ensure long-term technology provider commitment as well? Thank you.
Okay. Talking about renewable and specifically best projects which are happening in Pakistan right now, there are, you can say, we can basically segregate them into two types. One is the EPC project where the end customer is putting their own equity to install a plant. And the second segment is the PPA, power purchase agreement. How I see this second segment is that, for example, if there is an owner who is willing to expand their factory, instead of putting money on the renewable, he would rather spend that money on the expansion and then ask, you can say, third party to finance it and install the system on the PPA basis. And the second segment is that if there are those companies that are not that financially, you can say, profitable, but their bankability is good. So PPA companies would be more than happy to, you can say, install the best system or solar system from their own money on those facilities. So these models are available not just for the CNI segment, also for the residential. And definitely for the utility scale, there are always, you can say, foreign commodities that chips in with reference to their financial need. I'm sorry, what was the second question?
It was from a technology provider's perspective. How can Pakistan ensure that suppliers remain committed for a long term?
And again, how I see is that at the end of the day, there has to be some sort of regulation that can create a funnel effect. Then effect, we can say, segregating the tier 1 manufacturers from tier 2 manufacturers. Importing, you can say, a quality product matters a lot. As just Varda said, customers are there. They'll ask for the, you can say, most cheapest amount of product, and they would ask for most expensive sort of features. But both of these cannot be taken into account at the same time. There has to be a regulation that can segregate tier 1 with the tier 2 product at the time of import. See, like for example, IC certifications are available, and there are some others. If a manufacturer, if like for example, if Pakistan makes it compulsory for those manufacturers to acquire those certifications, then definitely there would be some sort of equity and effort to qualify for those certifications. So this way you can segregate tier 1 from tier 2, and it means that if there is a tier 1 manufacturer, then it means that they are putting their money, equity and R&D for a longer period of time. So if they are there to stand the, you can say, test of times, then definitely they would remain interested in a growing market like Pakistan for a longer period of time. Due diligence at the time of import is very important. Next is that at the end of the day, we need to make this renewable and specifically battery segment available for more market segment, not just for exporters. So this way, like, you'll see this thing exponentially grow for a longer period of time.
Thank you, Usman Saab. And I think we should also be not focusing on over-regulation because we have also seen that in the past. So I'll like to move on to Mr. Alex Chang for the second round. My first question is that what are the key technical challenges of integrating grid scale BESS into Pakistan transmission system, specifically for optimal siting and sizing of BESS? And the second part is what policy and regulatory measures by Pakistan's government will encourage international vendors like ZTT to invest here?
Okay. First, regarding technical challenges, actually it includes protection, coordination, and grid stability. And also it also covers interreliability and high temperature durability. Requiring also it also in clear grid codes and advanced EMS. I will make it short, okay. And the second question is,
and the second part is what policy and regulatory measures by Pakistan's government will encourage international vendors like ZTT to invest in Pakistan?
And for the policy measures, actually, we should make a long-term service contract and standardize interconnection and the tax financing support and pilot projects would be strongly encourage international vendors like us, the NTT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll like to move on to Ms. Varda at the end. Varda, if you can shed light on the role of technology providers like Huawei, not only on the product side, but also on the capacity building and creating that whole value chain, both in not only in terms of building capacity of installation, but also going into operations and maintenance. So if you'd like to shed some light on that.
Okay, so I will link this again with some experiences we have faced in Pakistan. For example, we have already installed multiple battery projects in Pakistan, right? Obviously, this was the first year when we installed this battery. Like in 2024, our first demo project was installed, and then obviously this was as a first experience. We are actually following up very aggressively following up regarding the after sales operation things and all, because this is the most important thing. Once the product you install at the project site, okay, its installation is done, it's fine, perfectly fine, but operation matters a lot because customer needs the output. They want to see the results of the product. Whatever their expectation is, they want us to meet that expectation with respect to the operations and after-sale services. So with respect to the after-sale services, we do have a team. We do give trainings to the customers regarding how to operate this product, how to maintain this product, and how to, for example, for the EMS product, for EMS thing, we also have our own EMS. And also we focus on these. We have some SOPs. You can say we do follow the SOPs and we do follow the procedures, whatever our R&D department has given to us for the customers. So these kind of SOPs we do follow in the market, and Alhamdulillah, we didn't have any kind of issue till date. And in case anyone in the hall want to contact us, they can also contact us, and we can also arrange some trainings. We can also have some kind of international trainings as well. So all these supports we do provide. Yeah.
So thank you very much. Faizan sir will like.
One use case which we all missed was we're talking about utility, but utility in terms of distribution network, that is a new business case which is coming up, emerging in other markets. For example, there's a issue of reverse power flow, right? In the distribution network, there are a lot of renewable energy, a lot of solar is net metered, and that net metered energy is now going upstream to the distribution 11 kV feeders, and then to the power transformers. A lot of power transformers in LESCO and ISCO regions are in negative loading during certain time of the year and certain time of the day, and that is causing a lot of difficulty in terms of stressing those power transformers and the distribution transformers. So one of the business case which which could be explored, obviously by the donor agencies as well, is that 11 kV feeder based distribution battery energy storage system could be installed based on how much renewable energy or how much solar is being fed back, and later on during the night time that same energy can be discharged into that feeder to the same consumers who are reversing that power during the daytime. But there are a lot of challenges with this model which further needs to be explored. For example, we have a uniform tariff system. So if we install that battery, either it could be centrally installed or it could be investor installed, right? Private sector can install it. So if it is centrally installed, so that installation cost is distributed to all the consumer across Pakistan, but the benefit only goes to that feeder level consumers. So this is one business model which needs to be explored. And with this, obviously the central planning, which is the IGCEP, the high level planning, that needs to be considered, aligned, whether that central large scale power plants are needed or whether this distributed level solar, renewable energy, and utilizing the battery energy storage system potential could be enough in order to maintain that energy demand for the next X, Y, Z years, or 3 or 4 or 10 years. So this is something which needs to be explored, and the donor agencies probably need to bring in expertise from other parts of the world wherever this is happening. Educate us, educate the distribution companies, and educate obviously the regulator as well, because they are the ones who will then make these regulations in order for this model to be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll now request Mr. Imtiaz Hussain Baloch, DG NEPRA, who has been waiting again for too long to conclude the session, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Ji. Honestly, it's a learning and a privilege at the same time to be with such an forum with diversified kind of people around. And my situation is critical in the sense that you have asked me to wrap up the things, and at the same time, my situation is very much resembling to a person or a batsman who has been asked to go for the batting after a partnership of 450 plus runs. And very likely that he will be out on the first or the third delivery. The situation, the power sector of our country has gone is that in the very initial stages, we were surplus are very much at ease when we have large hydel projects till 77 or 76. Then with the passage of time, we definitely experimented or were forced to have the unified WAPDA into a different kind of situation that we unbundle that. We have the experience of the IPPs, where different energy or power policies, some were definitely successful. At the same time, there were criticism. But the major thing which I feel is, which we are lacking, is the long-term planning in every aspect. Whether it comes to financial modeling type of thing, like introduction of IPPs or adoption to new technologies. I myself feel, because being in the power sector for and now the CBCM, which we are in the process of getting into with the CMOD bounced month or in the next month. The way I feel is that we are the public sector utilities are public sector projects definitely have lacked in completion, overrun cost. Whereas that when we have this IPPs, there is most of the criticism is that we have indexed all these prices with US dollar, with the cost inflated, so and so. Luckily, at this stage, we are having at least, although we are late, in regulatory aspect, we have at least one instrument, that is integrated system plan now, which comprises of the indicative generation capacity expansion plan as well as the transmission system extension plan. And for the first time, we are having this BESS also included in the IGSAP. And I will invite all the participants here, because we have made that document public, to review that document critically and assist us in approving the most optimized kind of long-term planning, which we are going to have in terms of generation addition as well as the transmission system expansion plan. Yes, definitely we are behind on some regulatory aspects as well that my colleague participants have highlighted. But I myself feel that for everything, if we are expecting that there should be a regulation, then honestly, it will be an over-regulation. At the same time, we are going for the market side, and at the same time, we are asking for each and everything that there should be regulation. Why not we decide today devices? So right now, remember all these because it's a 480 pages document. So, but definitely the storage is described there. Storage is described there. So my take or my suggestion would be that the donors as well, the utilities and researchers should join hand, and we should have a proper feasibility or technical studies. And whenever there is a need for that, to have any kind of StatCom, PSS, BESS, whatever, that should be based on proper studies. Otherwise, we adopted for fossil fuel plants, and ultimately we were saying that there was no need for these fossil fuel plants. We adopted for RLNG, and this is the most critical and the most in terms of cost for the end consumer. It is really causing us very critical situation. We are adopted for coal, and unfortunately, without considering, yes, at that time, there was definitely shortage, and the policymakers or the regulator as well thought that we should try to cope up with this situation of load shedding. But the real problem was that we didn't did the proper study. Had we had that proper study, we could have avoided 3 of the RLNG and 2 of the imported coal plants at this time. So I will recommend, not recommend, but I will suggest to all the participants, in whatever they in capacity are, that the emphasis should be on the proper studies. And that studies should form part of the long-term planning. Regarding the regulatory instruments or other aspects, I myself feel that even at this stage, we are over-regulated. So this is my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Obad, do we have time for some Q&A? Sure. So if there are any questions from the audience or online participants, you can ask now. And please mention the panelist you are asking that question from, please.
Hello. Yeah. So the question is from Fazan Saab and anyone from the industrial partners, if they can. So one of the trends that we are currently seeing in BESS adoption here in Pakistan, that all of the BESS that is being imported is being deployed behind the meter instead of in front of the meter. And that is something similar that we have seen previously in solar and how it caused the problems for the country, particularly for the system operators in terms of reverse power flow, as Fazan Saab mentioned. So I wanted to ask that if BESS is going on the same trajectory, and if we see the similar sort of trend in the BESS adoption, what are some of the things that we can do to facilitate consumers जो कि BESS लगा रहे हैं, and then ensuring that we don't face all the same set of problems that we had in case of the solar. And since for industrial partners, I want to understand, since there is a huge market for BESS adoption here in Pakistan, do we have any potential for localizing the whole industrial ecosystem here in Pakistan, maybe in form of some assembly plant or in form of some cell manufacturing facility that we can take forward? So anyone?
Yes, thank you. And if we can, Salim, also have the second question. It's, yeah. Salim, here, I think first you can take him and then go back to Saiful. So, yeah.
I am Asim Ijaz from IESCO Islamabad Electric Supply Company. My question is with Mr. Imtiaz Blois. Sir, with due respect, would you like to elaborate the being regulator that what policies have been developed, what further policies, as you have told that grid code and all other regulatory policy documents that have included the word of storage. Would you like to elaborate that further, any kind of bill for the parliament for the storage system regularization or regulatory affairs has been determined by NEPRA up till now?
I would like to elaborate that first we must try to distinct what is the scope of the regulator and what is the domain of the policy maker. I can't approach to the parliament that this should be the these regulations are these policies should be there. It is the prerogative of the government of Pakistan. And NEPRA Act categorically states that there will be a national electricity policy and a plan. And I am supposed to work inconsistent with that. Yes, grid code or such kind of legislation or tertiary documents is primarily the responsibility of the utility. Yes, approval lies with me, for which I am supposed to consult the stakeholders. This is the way how the regulator functions.
And I think, can I ask a question? And can I ask your name and organization, please, to respond? And I'll also answer, Asim Sir, your question.
Thank you, Fazan. I'm Mohammad Shahraz Amir from Renewables First.
Okay, Renewables First. Okay. So, what Imtiaz Saab has said is he has rightly pointed out. और जो आपका क्वेश्चन है ना, वो भी इसमें ही जो मैं आंसर करूंगा आसिम साहब को, तो आपका भी क्वेश्चन का आंसर कुछ हद तक हो जाएगा. So it's the prerogative of the government, to take to the cabinet and approve such sort of mechanism कि अब हमने क्या चीज adopt करनी है. For example, IGCEP की भी जो assumptions थी, those were approved from the cabinet कि उसमें कैसे है, क्या consider करना. CCI, right? CCI तक गई थी पहले cabinet से, and then yes, yeah. So उसमें अब जो आसिम साहब का question है ना, it has to come from the distribution company, right? जैसे मैंने अभी बताया था कि मॉडल क्या है. So you are the supplier of last resort. You are the distribution company. You have the consumers. You do the medium-term load forecasting and the bottom-up approach load forecasting feeder-wise. For example, you analyze what sort of demand will come to that feeder. ऐसे ही है. So you have a number of feeders in each division. Unfortunately, the distribution companies do not have any sort of visibility. Number one. उनको नहीं पता कि हमारा सोलर किस जगह पे कितना लगा है, क्या लगा है, जिसकी वजह से ये भी ओवर सोलर पेनिट्रेट हो गया. 10 किलोवाट वाला 20 किलोवाट लगा रहा है, 20 किलोवाट वाला 40 किलोवाट लगा रहा है, और वो वायलेशन भी कर रहा है. सो नंबर वन, सबसे पहले तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज ने खुद देखते हैं कि वो हो क्या रहा है मेरे सिस्टम में, एंड देन जो वो लोड फोरकास्टिंग करेगा, इसी तरीके से इसको कहते हैं डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज, राइट? इन डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज इज नॉट ओनली सोलर. It is wind, it is batteries, it is EVs as well. So when you will do the load forecasting, which is the medium-term load forecasting or the long-term load forecasting, you have to analyze that whatever the solar is installed in my system, and that is a generator. Then there is a battery. How much battery is installed? Then there is an EV, right? EV is a load. वो कितना installed है? And whether all this is, catering to within that feeder, there is a generator and then there is a load. क्या वो जो solar है वो उसी feeder के अंदर ही जो भी वो produce कर रहा है वो consume कर रहा है? अगर वो नहीं कर रहा और वो over generate कर रहा है, ठीक है ना, तो फिर that means कि वो feeder is in negative. In the day time भी कोई negative में होगा और रात के time भी negative या positive में होगा. अब day time में आजकल क्या हो रहा है? Positive में है क्योंकि he is feeding back, and night time में negative में है. It could be vice versa as well. जब बैटरीज आ जाएंगी हो सकता है वो रात के टाइम बैटरी से डिस्चार्ज करवा दे, ठीक है ना. तो सो दिस विजिबिलिटी इज नॉट द रेगुलेटर्स जॉब, नंबर वन. इट इज द डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज जॉब. अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो नहीं हो रही, ठीक है. वो कैसे होगी वो भी फिर हम आईसीटी का उसका जो सारा मैकेनिज्म है वो आई थिंक मैंने एक दफा पहले भी एक्सप्लेन किया हुआ है, वो भी हम किसी टाइम पे डिस्कस कर लेंगे कि वो कैसे विजिबिलिटी आएगी. अच्छा, जब वो आईसीटी की जो विजिबिलिटी, जब आपके पास आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करेंगे, जो विजिबिलिटी आ जाएगी, दैट विल फीड इनटू योर मीडियम टर्म लोड फोरकास्ट, और वहां से लोड फोरकास्ट से आप बताएंगे हमें कि यू नीड अ जनरेटर और यू नीड डिमांड और यू नीड अ बैटरी एनर्जी स्टोरेज सिस्टम, व्हाटएवर. वो आप फिर फेडरल गवर्नमेंट, ऑब्वियसली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनर्जी या whoever is the responsible ministry, वो उसके पास आप लेकर आएंगे और आप हमें गाइड करेंगे कि अगर प्रधान साहब या अगर मिनिस्टर साहब या अगर whatever XYZ, अगर हम ये बैटरी यहाँ के थ्रू करेंगे तो आपको वो सेंट्रली जो जनरेटर आप इस वक्त लगा रहे हैं जो 25 साल के लिए है या 30 साल के लिए है, और जो सेंट्रली डिस्पैच होगा वो नहीं लगाना पड़ेगा, नंबर वन. और ये हम मार्केट से भी प्रोक्योर कर सकते हैं, राइट? तो इस तरह की जो मैकेनिज्म है, मतलब अब वही बात है कि चीजें चूंकि चेंज होती जा रही हैं, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज बहुत ज्यादा सिस्टम में बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, तो आपको उसको कंसिडर करना और उसकी विजिबिलिटी के लिए डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एनर्जी या डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज हैं उन्होंने ही उस पर काम करना है. बाकी तो हम तो कह ही सकते हैं सर.
अच्छा, जो अब क्रिटिकल चीज़ ये है कि हमारा जो सिंगल बायर मॉडल है वो अब जैसे ही सीएमओडी होगी तो ये तो ख़त्म हो जाएगा. तो वो जो एक थी, अब डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज को दे हैव टू बी रेडी फॉर दैट. तो उसके लिए इनको जो है आपको अब बायलैटरल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स करने होंगे, और बायलैटरल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स भी आपने अपनी जो है वो कैपेसिटी ऑब्लिगेशंस खुद अपनी एवेलुएट करनी होंगी, और उसी के हिसाब से आपकी अब प्रोक्योरमेंट होगी. जी, ये अब बहुत क्रिटिकल है
जी. और हर टेक्नोलॉजी की अलग इंटीग्रेशन लेवल्स हैं, राइट? अब बैटरी ने किसी और तरीके से इंटीग्रेट होना, उसकी प्रोटेक्शन रिक्वायरमेंट्स अलग है, ईवी ने किसी और तरीके से इंटीग्रेट होना है, उसकी प्रोटेक्शन रिक्वायरमेंट अलग है। पहले तो नहीं थी इस तरह की चीज, पहले तो सोलर था, वो भी अभी 2-3 सालों में आया, उससे पहले वो भी कम ही था।
Exactly.
So now you have to.
This answer? Just one last round. I think just very
excuse me. मैं उसामा के इधर एक सवाल का जो पॉइंट आउट किया था, आई वुड वांट टू आंसर हिम। उसामा, आप कह रहे थे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ बेस्ट सिस्टम इन पाकिस्तान, बेस्ट नहीं, आपके पास इन्वर्टर्स भी हैं, सोलर पैनल्स भी हैं। 1990s के अंदर व्हीकल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पॉलिसी इंट्रोड्यूस हुई, एंड उसके बाद वी हैव सीन टोयोटा इंडस मोटर, लाइकवाइज अब काफ़ी सारे और नए मैन्युफैक्चरर्स लोकल कंपनीज के साथ जेवी करके यहाँ पर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। सो वी एज अ मैन्युफैक्चरर्स वी आर मोर देन ओपन टूवर्ड्स ओपनिंग आवर फैसिलिटीज in Pakistan, but there has to be a PV policy, there has to be an inverter manufacturing policy, like with the bus assembling policy in place, जिसके अंदर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के स्टेक होल्डर्स लॉन्ग टर्म बेसिस पर सिक्योर की इंडिया। Few years back, we introduced a Made in India policy specifically for renewables. That states that not a single renewable product will going to be commissioned without the product which are manufactured in their country. उससे हुआ क्या कि तमाम टॉप टियर के मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ने अपनी अपनी फैसिलिटी खोली इंडिया के अंदर. Even Sungrow has a factory. I'm sure Huawei has a factory over there. They JV'd with some of the you can say biggest groups, Tata, Reliance, Adani's. Likewise, Pakistan के अंदर भी Nishad, Sapphires, you name it. We have giants of industrialists who are मतलब जिनके साथ हम लोग की ऑन एंड ऑफ बेसिस पर कॉन्वर्सेशन चलती हैं टू ओपन अ फैसिलिटी इन पाकिस्तान. बट गवर्नमेंट नीड टू स्टेप अप to implement to come up with a long-term policy that can at least secure the stake for at least 10 years, जिसके साथ उनको इंपोर्ट करने के ऊपर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इक्विपमेंट्स, पीसीबी बोर्ड्स को चाइना से इंपोर्ट करने के लिए एक ग्रीन वे दिया जाए with you can say rebates in taxes and duties. And next thing is that definitely जब पाकिस्तान के अंदर एक चीज मैन्युफैक्चर हो रही होगी तो automatically there will be more job opportunities for local people. Automatically there will be more and more you can say price competitive, and then eventually आपके पास products के ROIs, LCOEs बेहतर होंगे.
Exactly.
The second question that you asked was that पिछले 4-5 साल में जिस तरीके से मार्केट में सैचुरेशन आई है फॉर पीवी एंड इन्वर्टर्स, हम लोग ऐसा क्या कर सकते हैं कि बेस्ट के अंदर ना आ जाए. जिस तरीके से मैंने अपने क्वेश्चंस में 2 से 3 दफा जिक्र किया है, टू बी ऑनेस्ट वी नीड टू सेपरेट टियर 1 कंपनीज विद फ्रॉम टियर 2 कंपनीज. चाइना में हजारों की तादाद में मैन्युफैक्चरर्स अवेलेबल हैं. जैसे पैनल्स के अंदर देर आर टियर 2 बी ग्रेड पैनल्स are coming through and through by XYZ channels. We need to stop them by at least you can say custom sites से हम लोगों को वहां पर रोकने पड़ेंगे, ताकि एक तो ये कि टियर 1 प्रोडक्ट इंपोर्ट हो रही हो, इसके अलावा इवेंचुअली आपके पास जहां जहां लग रहे हैं वहां पर एटलीस्ट जो ड्यू KPIs हैं प्रोडक्ट को इंस्टॉल करने के वो पूरे हों. Then eventually there should be some sort of a cap. जिस तरीके से अभी रेजिडेंशियल ऑन ग्रिड इन्वर्टर में नेपरा की तरफ से लगा है, लाइकवाइज दोज बैटरी पैक्स व्हिच आर फर्दर बी कनेक्टेड, उनके ऊपर लाइक इंपोर्ट के ऊपर इवेंचुअली कैप लगे. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Usman sir. That was really insightful as well. Just before we go to the conclusion, if I can just request the panelists to please come on the stage for a group photo. And once again, thank you so much for these really insightful discussions as well. Yeah. जी, आई थिंक आगे आ जाएं, टेबल से आगे आ जाएं.